they can't solve Upwork things, but that was a bit weird, right? I still don't know how to operate Twitter, so I've just given up on that. Problem is that I finished my tea now, but I'll wait until I make another cup. So I think it's a question of we need more tea. But yes, I'll wait for you to be. I can't do that. This is so convenient. I'll be back in 6 to 8 hours. Hang on.
Oh, thank you. I was muted. Thank you, Danik. I was muted on my stream. Man. Okay, so hello, Andrew. Hello, Danik. Yeah, let me do some more announcements. So, there we go. Celestial Bluetooth. Hello. Hello, everybody. Okay, everything's sent. Now we need to merge chats. So I guess I'm gonna knock on Togglebeat's stream, because otherwise I can see what you guys are saying over there. Unfortunately. Okay, asking Toggle to collaborate. We'll see. Yeah, day 836. Toggle is still making his tea. Yeah, that's the last time I hear from him, and like I'm stuck here holding the fort. Christoph, thank you for putting me to Ghosty. I had to compile it myself for my version of macOS. Interesting, but it works like a charm. And so far I can tell, by using it in the past few days, I have all the features I'm used to have, plus a far better readability. Oh yeah, you can find a bunch of information online about the work that Mitchell did for font rendering. There's a lot of that, and also like performance optimizations, that kind of stuff. So, yep. Okay, next I think we need to have Toggle accept. Shared chat is enabled, but it's only enabled on my end. It's not enabled for everybody, I think. So we'll need for him to show up and confirm. Yeah. He's packing his stuff. Like he collected his swimsuit and stuff, like beach towels. Oh, Toggle, I sent you a stream together invite.
Oh yeah, shit.
Yeah.
And then it disappeared.
Did
There
it?
was a setting here. Yeah. Start sharing chat. I can press that button.
Yeah, do press that.
And then do I send an invite to you? Let's see if this works then. Join the call. this thing is so jank, right?
Yeah. But you have to, I think you have to be in that window. Once you enter that window, everything kicks in. Just mute, deafen yourself like I do, and you just leave it there and you don't touch it.
But it doesn't show you there.
Oh, I am in there though. Or rather, yeah, I am, but I don't see you. You know what? I'll close it and try to reopen it.
Yeah, that's what I see. There you are. Now it started.
There we go.
Excellent. Yeah, I just don't allow it access to my microphone, and that's it. That's how I solve that one. All right. 50 seconds out.
Okay, share chat is on. Is it actually on? Can people
Yeah,
confirm?
I can see Celestial Bluetooth is chatting from your chat, and
Okay.
Teufel as well. How you doing, Teufel? Have you managed to get streaming yet? Do you want access to my
Yes.
microphone hardline? I mean, if you guys want to run the stream instead of me, that would be kind of convenient for me because I could go and get things done. It's all the things that I'm sort of procrastinating on, like cleaning, not just like cleaning the house, but like doing a big clean of the house and a bunch of bugs to fix. But you know, hello, banana. Need to get a microphone first. Yeah, that's a good point, that Teufel. You do need a microphone if you're gonna stream, most likely. All right, my tea's ready. One sec.
Okay, cool. $30 to clean the entire house? Ah, that's very cheap. Yeah. Okay, so today I think is going to be kind of funny. We have a bunch of AI related articles to go through, and it's like it really is like this. Like workers just cannot catch a break from AI. This is gonna be cool. Did I announce everywhere? Yeah, I did announce everywhere.
All right. Okay, let's see. You can start by explaining to your wife why I'm gonna live there now. Oh, she doesn't care. She she has no idea, man. Don't worry about it. I mean, like, this is the guy, and she goes, okay, that's good enough.
We met on Twitch chat. Can you imagine that? That is what a story.
This random man online.
Yes. So you know how people used to say, "Oh, we met on Tinder," but then we're gonna tell other people that we met at the library or something. So now, like, you met on Twitch chat, so it's so embarrassing that you're gonna say, "Well, we actually met on Tinder," just to make it less awkward.
Wow, I was just about to ask you something like very personal, and I just realized that this is not just like a casual conversation. We're actually streaming this to a bunch of people, right? But I have to say, I did love your story that you told on your stream about your parents. I thought that was fantastic. I thought about that every now and then since then. So that's a great story. So yeah, that's about right, Hardliner, the guy who paid for my kids' college, right? Hello, ICS. How you doing? We need an Elsa and Gregory first. Oh, we got something better, Rishi. We got something better than Elsa and Gregory today.
Yeah. I feel like one thing that I'm contributing to this stream consistently is video content, right? And we do have some very spicy video content for this time. When I showed it to Toggle, he asked me, "Wait, is this real or is this like a parody?" Like, he couldn't even tell.
Holy shit!
Oh, let's go. Wait, how many are those? I only see
20 subs.
20 tier 1 subs. Let's go.
Only time I've seen this one. No, I've seen it once before, and I think there might have been by Hardline as well. Thank you for triggering that. I love that sub alert because I took the video footage of the bunny before he had like permanent brain damage from his illness. He's fine. He's just a bit crooked, but now he's sort of always like his head is a bit crooked, and there he was not. Thank you so much, Hardliner.
Toggle, I can't help but notice that your Twitch chat client seems to not show alerts, donations and gifted subs.
Not the one on screen. Well, that's because I'm using Stream Elements. All right. And also on the donation side of things, I cleverly hid my donation link so no one can find it. It's up there with my Patreon and other things that no one knows about. All right, Linux Return says, hello, guys. I found you both yesterday, and now I'm curious about your show. I have a question for you. There's a big YouTube celebrity that recently announced he's switched to Linux. Do you think that's this type of event that can inspire a lot of people to switch to in the desktop? I think that's the type of event, Linux, that will make people install Linux and then rage quit and not be... I think if you're going to be an actual long-term user of Linux, you're going to have the interest and the drive. I think you've at least been tinkering with it before. Otherwise, it's just going to be a frustrating experience.
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly support it.
Personally, I think that the type of thing that is the most beneficial to Linux is new Windows versions. Every time a new Windows version comes out, it's so bad that at least one person switches to Linux permanently rather than upgrade. But I think that more seriously, although I do think this is real. More seriously, to me, it's what is going to make Linux become more mainstream. No joke. This is kind of a weird answer because I like usually you have programmers that hyper focus on technical details that have no bearing to the end user. And so usually I give high level replies and I don't hyper focus on technical details. But this time I do think there's one Linux technical detail that will make all the difference. And that's dynamic linking. Goddamn dynamic linking. The moment Linux stops doing dynamic linking for everything, that is the moment that you will have actually portable software on Linux. You will have games on Linux. And so that will be the day that Linux becomes more mainstream. Because until then, you have to compile your shit 20 different times? Otherwise, it just doesn't work. And I say that as a proud NixOS user.
This is sick. I mean, imagine your average computer muggle just going dynamic linking, right? If my mom starts talking to me about dynamic linking, I'm leaving, man, because there ain't no way that's gonna end well.
But that is an interesting topic, Toggle. I have something to show you on this topic if you want. I would say, okay, let me go put up my cup of tea now. You won't have to hold the fort for long. You will have to hold it for only 2 minutes and a half. So I will be right back. And maybe I can show you this. We can have a brief detour because I think it's an interesting thing to take a look at. And then, and then we get into the main stuff. Yo, hi, Andrew. By the way, and Andrew knows what I'm about to show. He knows. I'll be right back.
All right. So in the meantime, so I think big streamers and content creators doing things. I mean, there's a reason why they're referred to as influencers, and I think they can inspire good things. They can inspire people to try things. But I also think that for people to become Linux users, they have to have some kind of interest in that aspect of the computer, right? If your main use, if you spend $2,000 or euros or pounds or whatever currency you have, right? If you spend that on a machine and then all you do is watch YouTube videos and chat to people on social media, that's an insane waste of money, right? That's really, really awful when it comes to like expensive things. It's like those rich assholes that buys Formula 1 cars to drive around in the garden or whatever, right? You can buy a really fast car, but you can't sensibly drive it. So what sort of is the point? Unless you're going through midlife crisis or something, right? I don't know. If you wake up one day, you'd be like, shit, I want to look like Guy Fieri, and you buy a sports car on top of that, man, then maybe, right? But other than that, so I think it's really you purchased 75 feet of Cat 8 cord today. Oh man, I bought about the same of Cat 6, and I kind of I felt that it was a little bit wasteful, but I thought, nah, man, I'm gonna make my own network cables. I'm gonna have this roll for a while, so I'm sure it's a good investment, though, right? But yeah. Buy 4x 4090s to watch 4K 60 FPS. But at least you're watching them at 4K though, right, Pesky? No, I think people being curious about Linux and trying Linux is a really good thing, right? My family has been Linux users mainly because that's what I installed on the computer. That's what's there. They sort of just get on with it and use it. And this is kind of the thing where if you look at the majority of computer users going back in like 80s and 90s, there were generally people, me included maybe, who were interested in computers. The computer wasn't the tool that it is today, right? You weren't online all the time and all that. And then fast forward to today, the majority of computer owners are just your average person, right? That have no interest in this thing, in the tool, right? It's just any more than you care about how your jack works for your car or how your screwdriver works. You know, I mean, this is it's pretty static, but you don't really care about these things. You just want to use it, and for that, Linux is pretty abysmal. It's pretty bad. And I say this, like you are within reason to criticize the things you like. Okay, I mean, at least that seems to be what insert obligatory wife joke there. But we should criticize the things we like. Right? You can be really into Linux, but that doesn't mean that you should. You shouldn't make excuses for the shortcomings, right? You use it, you understand what is good about it, but also understand what is bad about it. And one of the things that is bad about Linux is the user experience for someone who's not really interested in it, right? I think getting so you buy a computer, it comes sadly pre-installed with a suboptimal operating system most likely, and you're kind of stuck using this. It has all the grossness turned on. Welcome back. I'm just talking about operating systems again. So you buy a computer, it comes pre-installed with something. You agree to all the terms and conditions and telemetry and all that, and violate your own privacy without even reading it, and you're off to the races. And it quote unquote just works, right? And then you tell someone, all right, go and install Linux, and now they have to read about how to flash this thing onto a USB drive. They have to figure out how to even boot from the USB drive, and most people never enter the BIOS, right? Like with they have computers, they buy them and they sell them or throw them away. In the computer's lifetime, they will never open the BIOS. It doesn't mean anything to them, right? So there's like this whole world that you are now having to interact with, and I think that world is foreign to a lot of people, right? All right. Let's see. PewDiePie switched to Linux 2023, 24, 25 is the year of the Linux. Your wife does not appreciate criticism. Well, I mean, this is this is a topic, okay? I don't think people want unsolicited criticism, though, right? But if you choose to be a Twitch streamer, you just have to assume that all criticism is solicited, right? Because people aren't going to think of it in any other way, right? This is not a poor me comment. This is me talking to say you guys shouldn't change, right? And I like that, right? I like that there's very little echo chamber around our streaming, right? There's plenty of people who are criticizing and being critical of what we do, and you should be, right? You don't have to be an asshole about it. You can, but all right. Quick example, and then we're gonna let Christoph into the conversation. I'm a big fan of Rust, right? No secret there. Do I think it's a perfect language? Not even close. I can't even imagine what it's like for someone to pick up Rust as the first programming language and being confronted by lifetime annotations and the borrow checker. That must be a pretty unpleasant experience, while at the same time, the entire internet is crying at you for not using a safe language if you choose something else, right? So, all right. Anyway, so you got your tea? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Also, I forgot to enable like never go to sleep on my computer, so my screen share I think stopped at a point, but I think now it should be back in working condition. Can you see my screen share? I'm sharing a thing called Caesar.
I can.
Caesar, maybe that's the pronunciation. Although, where is the game? I actually wanted to showcase the game.
Where's the main thing of that GitHub thing? Where's the exe? Did you ever see that one?
Oh yeah, that one was really funny. Yes,
it must have been wild.
Oh no, where's the game made with Caesar?
LK says, "Is that the different? Is that
There we go.
Oh, sorry, my chat's flying past it. Is that different than picking Rust as an end programming language? It kind of is though, okay, because if you programmed anything that isn't a garbage collected, you most likely have to reason about lifetimes. The idea of like lifetimes conceptually, or at least intuitively, shouldn't be that foreign. Caleb wants to know what the verdict on F# was yesterday. It was better than Kotlin. That's like my take on it, and then do with that as you play. Why is it better than Kotlin in my take? Because it had a faster startup time, right? And I don't love either of them though, right?
Okay, so
Link to Solitaires on Zigit.
Yeah, I found it. Okay, can you see my screen share?
I can.
Okay,
all right, look at that.
Yeah, so here's the idea. Basically, you want to make an application that has GUI stuff on it. You need dynamic linking normally. But this is an example instead of a GUI application. It's a simple game, so it's solitaire, so it's not like 3D accelerated. Obviously, if you need fancy stuff, then you will need to have dynamic linking. But if you're fine with GPU rendering, with CPU rendering, which it's fine for normal applications, it's fine for I guess even games that aren't too messy, like there aren't like 3D or something super fancy. The idea is that you can use this library called Caesar Caesar, and the point is this is statically linked. This is a statically linked executable, and so this is an example of running it on unhandled console. And yeah, so the point is people are like working on trying to pull off this kind of software now, because you normally can't. The default is that you have dynamic linking everywhere. And the problem with dynamic linking is that you have surprises every time with dynamic linking, because people make mystery mixes every time with different versions of glibc, different versions of, I don't know what everything else that you link against. OpenGL, I guess, or whatnot. So I think you can see, for example, that a lot of game devs don't want to develop for Linux because of this reason, because there's like a small audience, and because there's a lot of pain when it comes to to debug and maintain those games for Linux.
And now you don't even have to with like the Proton layer, so there's even less of a reason to do that.
Then exactly. So then that's what they do. They basically say, well, yeah, so I will support Linux by basically having Proton do all the heavy lifting for me, which I guess it's a strategy.
But I don't know the validity of this, but I've heard on more than one occasion that Proton has exhibited better performance than like the native Linux builds as well. But again, I can't confirm that, of course. I don't know what the truth to that is, but it's something that I've heard on more than one occasion.
So yeah, I think this is cool, and they're working on this stuff. So the idea is that, let's see, Caesar works like this. It's Wayland native. It gives you an event loop, color stuff, 2D canvas API, UI model exposing high-level elements. So yeah, and basically this is just so that you can have a static executable. If you think about it, a lot of developer tooling, in my opinion, is TUI, in part also because of that. You make a TUI application, you don't have to worry about dynamic linking. You don't have to worry about Wayland versus X11. You don't have to worry about, I don't know, Mesa and whatnot.
No, it's a very worry-free world. It's comfortable and I like it there. So that, like, it's warm, the warm glow of the terminal. You don't have to worry about the rest of the stuff. So is Caesar the library? Is this what was featured on Showtime yesterday?
No, what was featured yesterday is DVUI. So that one is immediate mode GUI, but it has different backends. So basically the library, the core of the library is a way for expressing widgets and layouts of widgets on a screen. But then how that becomes in concrete, how that reaches your screen, that's done by the backend. So it has a SDL backend. It has a WebGPU backend, or sorry, WebGL. I think it's WebGL. A WebGL backend. So the WebGL backend basically does the same, but for the web, right? So the library exists in this context. Technically, I think that probably DVUI could have a Caesar backend do all the glue work to integrate the two libraries together, and then have basically DVUI semantics, but then rendered through CPU rendering by Caesar.
All right. Yeah, no, I caught a bit of the Showtime yesterday, but I was so out of it. So when I tried to talk to you yesterday, I just went to bed before you even replied. It's like I don't function anymore. I just gotta go lay down, and then I woke up at 1:30 in the middle of the night, and my wife was snoring, and it had the same sound. She was like, and I was like, that's a mobile phone going up somewhere, but that was her snoring instead. Like, she would absolutely destroy me if she heard me say that on stream, but there we go. It was nice knowing you.
Yeah. There are a couple of like rhythms that are really worrying, right, in modern life. Like, one is phone vibration. Another one that I find extremely recognizable is Geiger counter sounds. I mean, it's not something that happens on the day-to-day, thankfully, for now, maybe, but it's very recognizable. So whenever I see a video, because sometimes there's some other types of events that have the same rhythm as what you detect with a Geiger counter. I'm not living in Chernobyl, no. Although I did watch the show a while ago, right? And it made an impression, so I still think about it. Did you watch the Chernobyl show that they made a few years ago?
Oh, that was so good.
That was crazy.
With what's his? I don't remember his name. So the most memorable character from that show is the guy who plays the dad in Friday Night Dinner. I can't remember his name now. But that show was really good. And I also played a lot of Zero Zevert recently, which also had that like crackling sound of a Geiger counter. So yeah, absolutely. It's one of those detectable sounds, right?
Yeah. So you know what? Maybe this could be a funny way of testing the new audio share that we have set up. So tell me if you can hear this. Can you hear it?
Frying in oil, yeah.
Okay, so let's keep listening to it. There's going to be a point where you will start wondering what is going on. Oh, wait, people in my chat can't. Wait a second. How do we solve this? Oh, damn. Okay.
Oh, we missed an important detail when we fixed the audio.
No. I can fix this. It's okay. I will hear it twice, but you guys will hear it correct. Okay. I fixed it. Okay.
There it is.
Apparently,
there it was. Right.
Yes. Apparently, like I think they were not cooking with radioactive things. So what I think it's happening is that it's a clay pot, and then there's like it's on the fire, and there's like oil at the bottom that makes noise. But the rhythm it makes that noise.
That was straight up, absolutely
right. Definitely 3.5 Roentgens.
But that could also be like the like a mute scraping over a grate of some kind, of like a fine mesh. You could be there's a lot of like interesting sounds. I remember as a kid I was watching this show when someone explained like how sound effects in cartoons are made, and like the classic one was like thunder, and you had the big sheet that you were like flapping around with, and it just kind of blew my mind. Then later on, when we moved to London and my missus started doing sound engineering, and we bought a Zoom H4n, so we ended up doing like lots of Foley recording. And that was really fun. So I remember we take like large sheets of ice out of the freezer, and we took it out to the street, and we dropped it and recorded the sounds because it has like this muted glass shattering sound. And so for the recordings that was really interesting. So I don't think they have one. I think that this is what you're saying. There's just something make that noise, but it's really interesting figuring out how you can replicate these noises as well. And the same thing is when you play video games and you listen to the sound effects, sometimes you can hear I don't remember what it was I saw recently, but I was convinced that this is just a guy sitting there going with this, like just making that noise sound instead.
Okay, so for the people in chat that do not believe that this is real, okay, let me tell you, I have watched a lot of Dianshi on YouTube, and generally speaking, so Dianshi is like this YouTube channel that has a bunch of cooking videos, and no, they do not put fake audio on top of it. If you felt that it was like out of sync, maybe it's our streaming setup a little bit. But like the videos, they tend to be correct. You can actually see the full video. Like this is a short taken from a full video, and you can see that normally they have the real sound going on there. The reason why it's a bit weird is because this rice is inside a clay pot that is on fire, on the fire, which is not something that is done too often. So it's kind of a weird sound. And then the cadence is the same one as the radioactive, like ionizing events. But it's just a particular distribution. Like there's other stuff that would sound that way with that cadence, not just radiation. And so it's a natural thing that happens sometimes. Either that or they were cooking with uranium. I don't know.
Uranium rice, man, it's the new thing. I don't watch too much cooking stuff on YouTube. I do watch a little bit, and I did see one video where they were cooking rice with sand, and I thought that was quite fascinating. So this came from a conversation. We're talking about like heat insulations, me and a friend, and like what you do. I don't even remember the entire context of that conversation, but oh yeah, like sous vide, right? And I'm gonna get it in the neck now because of how I pronounce sous vide. Sous vide.
I think it is sous vide. Yeah,
it's sous vide for us. But so the whole thing is like you vacuum the bag so you get as little air, because air is an insulator, right? So you get as much air away from the food, so the food is as close to the water as possible. And that's when I started looking into sand. And obviously, yes, you can cook with sand, but I was wondering more about what kind of end result do you get. There's plenty of places like where you heat up the ground and then you bury food with like embers and stuff, right? So I was wondering like if you could like sous vide with sand, and can you make like a sous vide setup? You know, the water, the machine that just kind of like pushes the water around. It would be very cool if you had that with sand, just sand going in a spiral and like constantly. That would look really fun, right? So yeah, barbecue on a rock. That's another one, right? You got the No, I think it's really cool, right?
So shall we move to the first piece of content? Because now that we have, now that we tested that audio, the sound stuff works, it's time to show people the first shocking video. So, okay, shall I take this one?
Yeah, you can kick this off, because my ones are not as interesting as yours.
No, I think they are. But since you brought them, I take this one. You take the ones that you brought. So, okay. So Y Combinator deletes a post after a startup's demo goes viral, which is not a title that you would expect to hear, right? Because I mean, going viral is good, right? That's how you do disruption. Right, and so that's what they're all about. But this time going viral didn't imply good things. So let's see what happened.
I just wonder, like, if they because I don't know if I read the whole thing, but I wonder if they took it away because of the if it would have gone viral. Like did they see it and they kind of just left it there, and then they took it down because of the bad press it got? Or do you think it was like a response to community, or not?
Well, they accepted this startup at Y Combinator, I believe. So it was.
So they would have already known accepted. About this.
They were on board. Okay, they were investors at that point. They still are. I would probably.
Oh shit! So they actually they're investing in the company. They're supporting the notion, but they are not happy with the backlash of the video.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening now, like how they will move forward, but like it was definitely a point in time where they were like happy with the startup, happy enough to move forward and publish their launch. Like the video was the startup launching. So they also had probably a closed door or close-ish door, round of previews where seed angel investors and seed stage investors were looking at those startups and investing in this stuff. So, but we're running. We're getting too far ahead. Let's show people what this is all about. A demo from Optify.ai, a member of Y Combinator's current cohort, sparked a social media backlash that ended up with YC deleting it off its socials. Optify says it's building software to help factory owners know who's working and who isn't in real time, thanks to AI-powered security cameras it places on assembly lines, according to its Y Combinator profile. On Monday, Y Combinator posted the demo on X. Oh, they posted the demo video on X? They did, actually. Huh.
Oh, so they even posted the video themselves, right?
Yeah. It was like...
we just found some rope here. We're going to use this. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, it was part of their official marketing for the startups they invested in. So the video shows... Blah, blah, you know what? Let's not have this thing tell us. Let's watch it directly ourselves.
Let's watch the video.
Shall I do full screen? Nah, I think it's fine. Sorry. I have to pause this. It's the Squid Game number 17. You've been eliminated from the game. Bang. Nothing personal.
Enrico wants to know if this is real, and that was exactly my question as well, Enrico.
Let's watch it to the end. Rough day. More like a rough month. It's time to eliminate you, dude. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. So let's just be clear on this. So Y Combinator accepted this. They were okay with all of this until the video got some negative feedback.
Yes, yes, exactly. And I can promise you there's going to be an official statement that will come out, and it was promotion. And so
I mean, I would make my own promotional video content. I totally would, but it wouldn't be anything serious, and it certainly wouldn't be that.
But, wait, you know why they invested in this, though? I mean, it's clear to me. It's obvious that the reason they invested in this is because, they're going to have a cause like, hey, startup number 17 is not providing a good return of investment. Oh man, it hasn't met any of its quarterly goals. It's like they're gonna say, yeah, sorry, this is like a bad moment in the market, and like they click on another view. Oh yeah, it's like, are you sure? More like a bad year, and like because they never hit the hockey stick growth.
Oh my god. The thing is, I tried to be, I tried to be okay with people's like, when people approach you and they tell you about like their amazing app IDs and things like that, right? But I had one of my viewers sort of they talked about this startup, and it wasn't too far away from it. It was something in the same veins of this, and I had to say to them, like, I don't think this is gonna go down well with this community, right? The idea of spying on your workers. So, have you ever been in the situation where some client or customer has insisted to have like access to see what you're doing and things like that?
I think thankfully I did not. Although I think at some point in time with the pandemic, this kind of stuff started becoming a thing, right? Also for tech workers. So you know how they even sell, right? Hardware mouse wigglers, like you plug in the USB stick that acts as a mouse and keeps wiggling the mouse so that you don't show inactive. I think, can anybody remember I think there was a company that I don't remember if they were selling this tool or if they made like a lot of noise because they adopted it internally. But I remember there was a point in time where people were really talking about the fact that they were doing this kind of shit just for software developers and like white collar workers instead of blue, basically.
Oh my god! I mean, this is there are, I guess there's the people who will take the mic, right? If you say to someone, oh yeah, you can work from home, don't worry about it, and we'll leave you unattended. And there are people who will just sit there in the dressing gown and play Candy Crush and watch YouTube, right? But I don't think that's the majority of people, right? I think most people are responsible adults, and they will do what they are supposed to do, even without supervision. In the same way that, you know, we have all these like self-service checkouts and stuff. But people just don't fill the pockets with stuff. You pay for it, right? That's because we are like functioning human being. Most of us understand that if you break this, you ruin the convenience for you, right? Don't abuse the system, you can have it, right? Don't abuse work from home, and you can keep working from home, right? It's very short-sighted otherwise. But I think where are you when you have so little trust in your workers that when you have so little trust in your workers that you feel like this system is worth it for you, like this system will be good. There's no privacy or anything involved in any of this, right? This is a completely insane violation of privacy, but that one's a given, right?
I think the problem here is that, well, if I think about my personal experience working in software engineering, the reality is that if you take a job that is, let's say, below your actual skill set, maybe, or I don't mean to make a point about like being particularly good or like an elitist, but I think there's a lot of software development jobs where you can actually get by working like an hour a day, 2 hours a day, and then you spend the remaining 6, 7 doing almost nothing. It's like, I mean, I used to work at a company where I did do that, honestly. I spent a outrageous amount of time doing my own stuff and not the company stuff, because the company didn't really require too much of me. And at the same time, the company made it clear that there wasn't really a path forward towards like me contributing more and them like making good use of that extra work. It was a shitty consultancy company. So it's like, it's not even quite quitting. It's like, I don't know.
How many people are clocked in right now?
Okay.
Well, to be fair, you can definitely, I mean, some of you must be a little bit like me, right? Heaven forbid, but you put on a YouTube video or a stream and it's in the background when you sit there and work, right? I'm sure a lot of people use streams as radio, right? Yeah. And I think that's perfectly fine, right?
So I mean, I guess my point is that I'm not saying anything. I don't think I'm saying anything particularly insane. Not every job is like this. There are jobs that are actually more demanding. There are jobs where you have where putting in more effort gives you like what you get back from the job is proportional to the effort that you put in. So that kind of job, you want to put in more effort, you get out more. But there's jobs where literally once you reach a threshold of effort that you put in, putting any more of that gives you nothing. I feel like the consultancy firms, when you're like a random employee, not an owner, work that way. Is out of curiosity, is anybody here who works or has worked in consultancy and agrees with the statement that that if you are not an owner and if you're just an employee, past a certain threshold, there is no point in stressing over your job and like doing more, because past the threshold, nothing happens other than your boss getting a better car next year. Let's see, not consultancy, but yeah.
Yeah, we have a few. But I think that's so if we think about it, we don't really have a good way of dealing with this right now. But it's kind of a little bit insane how employment actually works. You come to a building and you stay there for 8 hours, and for that I will give you money. If you work really hard for 4 hours and take an early day, I will penalize you. But if you sit around and I don't see it for those 8 hours, you're good, right?
Yeah.
We don't have another metric to go by. It's an archaic system, but like what else can we do? Because we can't pay people per pull request, and that only works in the software world as well, right?
Yeah, and I think in our case the problem is that the type of work that you do in software engineering and other similar jobs, maybe we can call them white collar jobs. Maybe we can call them, I don't know, information related jobs. Like the value of the work that you do is not like linear in time. Let me put it the other way around. Like by contrast, what you're seeing here, like here sweatshop.io, the startup from these guys, they're targeting a different segment of the work market where performance of an individual is much more linear, right? If your job is to crank out shoes, then here's a very decent way of measuring your productivity. How many shoes did you crank out in an hour, in a day, in a month, right? Sure, you can do a better or worse job. So there's still, I guess, no matter what you do, there's still a qualitative angle to it, maybe. But there's also the quantitative aspect is much more clear cut. Like, did you crank out enough shoes? And apparently Worker 17 hasn't been cranking out enough shoes or
You've had a shit month, 17. You're now.
Yeah.
But so this I'm gonna use this to sort of latch on to what the S'more is saying in your chat, right?
Yeah.
We mentioned self-improvement, right? And this is advice I would happily give to anyone who works or is about to start to work in software development, right? If you've been there for a while, you already know this, but if you're new to it, everything you do, you should do for yourself, right? So when you get a task to do at work, you should use the task to improve your ability to do something. It shouldn't just be that what you do is just pouring of yourself out, right? You should get something back in. That's not just a salary. And this is advantageous for your employer. The better you get, the more you can contribute back to the company, right? So I've worked for companies that had things like Free Code Fridays. I've ran Free Code Fridays for one company where I was acting manager, CTO kind of there. And I had like Freestyle Friday. We do whatever, as long as something is kind of contributing back to business. It's good, right? Lots of good ideas, lots of way of kind of taking the pressure off as well, right? The other thing that I mentioned this before as well is that when you work as a software developer, you're unlikely to be working for 8 hours a day. You're kind of working until you wake up the next day because you're always thinking about the problems and all the things that you're solving. This was in response to someone who mentioned earlier that they feel like they don't have any time to do something. They work 8 hours and they're dealing with API.
Personally, I think that this is a trait of good software engineers that gets exploited by the system a lot because you do have that tendency. Like if you're let's say quote unquote the right kind of software engineer, and by right I don't mean necessarily right in a universal sense. I just mean the a kind of software engineer. If you're that kind of software engineer, then yeah, you will be spending a lot of time thinking about solutions, and your job is not going to pay you for all the time that you put in. So, or rather, not necessarily. And so I think that in a sense, being able to shut off at a point in time, it's kind of like a self-preservation strategy that you need to be actively, you need to be actively thinking about it. You need to be actively to clock out actively, because if you don't, then you're gonna get messed up if you're not in a job that you really enjoy. Like if you're a job that you really enjoy
Or
thoroughly,
even if
right?
you love the job. I've had one real burnout that had
Tell us.
like a 10-year long disaster that accompanied. I didn't even understand there was a burnout, right? I just had like a panic attack in the middle of King's Cross train station, and I couldn't get on the train to go home.
Oof.
And it was brutal. And that created this like rolling thing, so I couldn't even ride public transport, and like all these kind of, and I didn't even realize what this was. Right now, every now and then I feel, and you look at the signs, you can feel like you're getting a little bit agitated or annoyed by small things that shouldn't annoy you, and all these things. You're getting worked up, but you're kind of easily on the verge at that point. And every time I get there, I kind of just time myself out, right? I go away and I do something. I play video games, or I just do whatever that I can to sort of just turn it off. But I am really bad at turning my brain off for these kind of things. And especially these days, what I do is constantly thinking about streaming, doing streaming, or working on my side projects. There's like literally no part of my day except 20 minutes that my wife insists that we spend together in the evening with our kid, right? Anything else, when I'm not just cooking and stuff like that, it's all sort of involved in all this stuff, right? Welcome to Discord, by the way. So no, it's really, I think burnout is brutal, and you're absolutely right. If you don't condition yourself to turn that off, you might end up paying a lot, and your employer is most likely not gonna care one sausage if you burn out. Then you're spent, and they will find someone to replace you, right? But
Yeah.
that's how business. We shouldn't be surprised about that, because that's how businesses operate. We don't want it to be like that, because businesses are run by humans, but it is like that. So it's just, we just have to accept that fact. Right?
There's, I know of, so I'm thinking about my old consultancy job, and I remember personally feeling like this for a short period of time, but like also knowing people that couldn't get out of that job because for them, they had like this vicious cycle where they would spend way too much energy at a job, getting stressed out over dumb stuff because you know how like you're doing consultancy and nothing makes sense. Like the your manager is dumb, the sales guy that sold the project is dumb, the customer is dumb, nobody knows what's going on, like nothing makes sense. And then demo day comes and you're like the front end engineer, right? The worst part, who gets it worst is front end, because back end can mess up and it's a problem, but front end is where even the most peanut brained manager in there understands that there's something wrong, right? And they will take it personally.
The sliders are not sliding, okay?
Yes, exactly. Or like there's this glitch in the UI, like you're toast. They will come hard on you, and you basically take the blame for everything that's wrong north of you. So it's so bad. And so I had like these colleagues that would like basically get super burned out, stressed out at their job during the day, and then they would come home and they wouldn't have the energy to polish their CV and send out applications. And the problem is that it's literally it's a vicious cycle, right? It's self-reinforcing. Like the worse the job gets, the more stressed out you are, the less energy you have once you're back home, the harder it is for you to get out of that job. It's
you kind of
horrible.
it consumes the resource you need to get out, right? So you're in a constant deficit. And there's a little bit of an interesting take on this as well. This is a little bit esoteric, and I don't have anything to sort of back this up, but this is more of a maybe life philosophy. But I genuinely believe that you are going to fight with yourself, staying in a place that you don't want to stay in, and you will do anything from self-sabotage to end up in the situation you're describing. And that's a sign that you should move somewhere else in your life, right? You should move on to something else, right? That is a very vague thing to say. If you're listening, if you're watching this and you go, I should quit my job because it's Monday. Well, you don't know what day of the week it is. And two, that is not what I'm saying, right? I feel like I have to say this just so I'll quit my job, like you said. Now what do I do?
Well, the point is not quitting your job. The point is applying for new jobs and never get in a situation where you don't have the energy to do that. Like you need to always have an escape plan. because if you don't, then you get stuck and like they eat you alive. That's why I call these things like the meat grinder. Well, it's not only meat. People do call consultancies sometimes meat grinders. So you want to always have an exit strategy from the meat grinder. There's also so from that time, I also have this other funny story where talking about stress. I remember the software architect at that time. This guy started very enthusiastic. Also, the role of an architect is a more impactful one. Software architect is more impactful than the one of like just being a random software engineer, right? Because you get to make more decisions. Maybe you even get to pick technology stuff. So like it's super cool. But then the same problems are always there. You have even more responsibility. And I can promise you, first of all, they didn't pay that guy enough, nearly enough. And then second, I remember the product owner, the customer, calling him at like 7 p.m. Like he would get out of office very late. We would carpool together. So I would leave when he left. And like he would try to go to the gym. And while he was in the gym, he would have to do calls with the customer because the customer just could not stop asking for stuff. In the end, this poor guy lost his hair. He started the project that had hair. He ended up without hair. Now, maybe this is natural, like as you get older, that happens. But I cannot shake the feeling that his hairline was sacrificed for the benefit of a project that, by the way, right now is not even on the market anymore. So,
oh, that's insane. Oh, that's insane. I actually had the role of software architect for a company, but I don't think they knew what software architect was supposed to mean. So yes, I did design like a lot of the architecture of the software, but I had like nothing to do with the infrastructure. It was just a way of making me responsible for something that was there. And yeah, now I mean, like losing your hair, that is brutal, man. But it's better than losing it on the customer, right? I feel like I have been snappy with clients, but there has been clients who are sort of, they're lazy. So instead of like one example was a client that called me and asked me to send them a picture that they had sent me. So it was in their outbox and it was in my inbox. And this was like a long after working hours. I'm out for a walk with my family. And the guy calls me and asks me to send him a picture that he sent me. So I had to go home to send him an email. So the actual amount of work that I'm doing is sort of 5 minutes. But I have you pay for every either 1 or 4, depending on the client, hour that you start. So when someone goes, can you send me an email? Say, yes, but you're going to pay for an hour if I do that. And sometimes they go, oh, okay, never mind then. But this guy was so lazy, he couldn't even figure out his own outbox and had me go home and deal with this thing. And yeah, there are definitely things that I think that everyone should do. One of the really good things with mobile phones these days is that they have a do not disturb mode.
Yeah.
And that is such mine goes on at 8 p.m. Which is roughly when I go to bed as well. But it's turn on at 8 p.m. I have no notifications on my phone other than phone calls and text messages. Anything else is like things that I will deal with when I look at the phone, which is very rarely as well throughout the day. I don't know at what point we transition into emails requiring an instant reply, because in the past it was like you send an email, if you get a reply the next day, you're golden, right? But now people call you, but did you get my email? When did you send it? 5 minutes ago. So I check my email twice a day, mate. And if it's not within that, no, I'm not going to get it. Okay.
You know something funny, though, if you think about it. So we mentioned how software engineering is very a type of work unit that has a big qualitative aspect to it. And so it's very hard to quantify. But here's one thing that tech workers have to do, which is definitely easily quantifiable, which is answering emails. How many emails you answer and how quickly you do that. So, once companies start having this freaking software installed, sweatshop.io installed, they open their Sweat app on their phone and see that it seems that worker 17 hasn't answered, hasn't hit the email answering quota for this day. Whoop, better cut that guy.
That product is so brutal if you think about it, and I think it kind of speaks to Y Combinator as well, right? So if Y Combinator wanted to give me a lot of money to build something, I'm not going to complain. But until I'm in that situation, I can take the moral high ground here and say that it's kind of gross that they'd be like, yeah, we accept and support this company, but because people hated their video, and it just shows how detached they are. Because if this happens somewhere in Europe, for instance, as I was saying that, and I don't know what it's like in America. I don't live there, so I don't know. But if it happened in Europe, if someone went, oh, look, no, we're video monitoring all our stuff, right? I give you like a counterexample to this thing, right? So my missus works in the educational system. There are so many idiotic things that could have been solved if you were allowed to have a camera in the classroom, right? You have anything from like children attacking teachers and all the stuff, and the teacher will then contact the parent and go, look, your kid threw a knife at me today. It's not super cool. And the parent goes, no, it didn't. And that's how it goes, right? That is how insane this is. And of course, you can't violate kids' privacy. I would be livid if a teacher filmed my kid, right? We'd be in argument junction by then, right? But to have, I mean, like, would you accept a job where the client customer, the employer says, okay, and we monitor everything you do, like we have keystroke recorders, and we have like, we track heat maps and mouse, and we have like access to your camera so we can see what you're doing and all that. Like, would you accept a job like that?
Personally, I think that the only like moral way you can do this in a way that makes sense is if then your salary is directly tied to those numbers. Like, if my salary is based on the number of shoes that I crank out, and the more shoes I crank out, the more money I get, then fine, do track that precisely, so that way we both agree on how much I'm owed every month. Otherwise, it's dumb. For information workers, it's absolutely insane. Like, a company that tries to achieve that is guaranteed to go out of business. I cannot imagine a single information company, like a tech company that deals with information processing. I cannot imagine a single one actually becoming successful after implementing that kind of policy. The problem, though, is that in practice, I feel like these things tend to get used in situations where there's a big disparity of power between who owns the thing and the workers, right? That's why we call it. That's why I'm calling it sweatshop.io, because it's stuff like in India, maybe or China, where workers have no rights, and so they just get forced to go through this thing without having the ability to reject it.
I think there was a client that I had who I was a hired gun for another company, and one of their clients, I refused to work with that particular client, but one of their clients insisted on the staff working over remote desktop so they could see them actually typing and using the IDEs and working on this thing. They had such inherent mistrust of people.
Yeah.
And this was like a very, very paranoid management, right? And that usually speaks volumes by itself. But it's a very paranoid management. And they were the kind of people who would just assume that people are trying to fleece them or people are trying to take advantage of them. And I could never work with someone like that, because it's too disturbing, because it speaks volumes about what they are as people as well, right? So I think it's very insane, right? I don't think there's the camera on the thing is not gonna. All right, the camera is not gonna help anything. I think what you end up with, you would probably get better result if you gave workers better conditions to work in. All right. I mean, I don't know. I can't prove this, but I'm guessing if you said to people, have a slight pay raise and whatever, right? And a coffee break and some food, courtesy of the company, that would probably go better than this sort of weird dictatorship of video cameras for everyone, right? I think that's a bit insane, right?
I think your statement, while maybe we cannot prove it right, I think we can definitely make an assertion that it has good chances of being true, because you can observe how big tech companies work. They do what you mentioned. They give people good salaries. They work hard to give them like interesting workplaces, right? Also, there's also like a bad angle to it, because like I believe that stuff like the Google campus or like all these other like big offices, they're kind of designed to keep you there longer than what you should. But regardless, I guess the point is, it's not like everything the big tech companies do is right. Obviously not. But at the same time, it is true that what the currently alive companies do has good chances, not guaranteed, but it has chances to be part of what keeps them alive. So chances are that, having a workplace where you have, I don't know, like free soda doesn't cost all that much to the business at the end of the day, and it does have a return of investment when it comes to worker productivity.
Hardliner sent a link to the Guardian article that has the 4-hour work week productivity. I read the article, and I read about the one where there was a company in Australia that did the same thing back in either the 60s or the 80s. The Kellogg's company had was it a 6-hour workday as well? So there's lots of companies doing this, and the insane thing is, I think that every single one of them has had positive results. But when you say to someone, you can pay your staff for 8 hours or the same amount for 6 hours, they're gonna go, "Oh, well, I'll take the 8 hours." Obviously, more, right?
Yeah,
that makes sense. It's gonna be really hard to explain to someone how that works, right? So I don't know.
That is very funny, because now that you mention it, I swear, at my old job, I used to work 2 hours a day, no more than 2 hours a day. Like, I cannot remember one day. I've been there like for years. Well, let me think. I've been there, I think, for 2 years in total. 1 year I was in Singapore, so that one is different, doesn't count. Okay, I was 1 year at the office, and for 1 year, I can promise you, I did not work a single day more than 2 hours. And so, if the company, instead of paying me for 8 hours, 2 of which I would do serious work, and 6 of which I would do nothing at all, if they paid me the same amount of money for 3 hours a day, I would probably have ended up working 50% more in practice. Because it would have been like, it's 3 hours where for 3 hours you clock in, you go hard, and then you go home. So that is so funny, because I agree, it makes sense to me. Going back to the notification stuff, did you know that in France apparently is illegal for companies to ask employees to open emails after working hours?
Oh, what a beautiful law that is. That's I mean, the thing is that we have to make it a law is insane. It's like we make it a law that you're not allowed to build your own nuclear reactor, and we make it a law that you're not allowed to own people. This shouldn't have to be a law, right? But I do celebrate the fact that it exists because of the world, right?
I didn't want to mention this earlier because Andrew was here, would hurt his feelings. So now that the Americans are asleep, let's talk about European stuff. So, French workers get right to disconnect from emails out of hours. French employees are getting the legal right to avoid work emails outside working hours. The new law, which has been dubbed the right to disconnect, comes into force on 1st of January, and this is from 2016. They've had it for a while.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that's, I think it's weird that you're in the wrong chat, Tanaka, you traitor. Anyway, I think it's probably your chat is like less heavily. I have like a lot more filters in my chat. They can't curse as much.
Come and curse in my chat. Don't worry, guys. Well, although be mindful a little bit because it does show up also on Toggle's stream.
I 100% believe, Temporis, there has to be things like being on call and what have you. But then again, being on call, if you need to respond to an emergency, you're not going to do that by email. You're not going to go like this / madam, fire, right? No, you're going to use a phone. That was an IT crowd reference for those who didn't get that. But anyway, the fact that that has to be a law is a little bit insane, because I think, how could you demand that from someone? How can you demand someone's time? I know there are situations where there's like an unspoken rule. There's like an agreement between the staff and the system that you get to go home earlier here, but it means that you have to do some work after hours over there. There are things like that exist. I've seen it. It does even exist in the public sector. But to be upset with someone because I guess this is where it comes from, right? To be upset with someone for not answering an email after 6 p.m., I think is insanity, right?
Yeah, but I've seen this because it goes back to consultancy firms, customers that know nothing, things, projects reaching the final push, and then everybody realizing what needs to be done at the very last minute after being basically asleep for like a year or however long the project was. Even though technically you were doing agile. Okay, I'm not gonna get into let's not get into the agile stuff today. But like in theory, you should have recognized, understood earlier and course corrected earlier, but nobody does that. And so last minute is when everybody starts getting stressed out, and the 9 p.m. calls and emails start flying in. Where's the AI talk yet? It's coming. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But the thing is, I did consider having a separate phone for my business, and then I could just turn that off. But I don't even bother, right? It's just, I just don't answer the phone or deal with any of that stuff after hours. And I think that's kind of to be expected. If someone wants your time, they should make it part of an agreement or whatever. I was competing for a contract with for a business, and this business was currently run by one guy, and he promised them 24/7 support. And I said, there is no way in hell I can offer you that, right? I mean, I could get sick, or I could be on a holiday. I'm going on a cruise with my family. How am I supposed to offer you that? And more importantly, how can this guy who's alone running that, how can he offer you that? Because I don't see how that works, right? Yep. You can say what you want, but there is no 24/7 when you're one person doing something. So I said, you guys should probably just review what this guy is selling you, because if you're paying for that, you're not getting it, right? That's insane. Yeah, I don't know. Let me have a quick catch up with chat as well.
I think people are chatting among themselves.
We'll do them. No, I think the fact that we had to make that a law was a little bit bananas, right? I'm gonna pop the AI. There's 2 AI conversations that I have seen now. So I'm gonna do this on. Oh, I can do this on my screen.
Yeah, I'm showing it. Okay.
There we go. Right. Okay. Are you guys ready for more open AI shenanigans? Right.
Yeah.
So OpenAI researchers find that even the best AI is unable to solve the majority of coding problems. Now, this was written on the 23rd. Ever since then, I think Claude 3.7 has come out?
Let's go,
but
yeah.
I have no idea what the state is of that one, right? OpenAI researchers have admitted that even the most advanced AI models still no match for human coders, even though CEO Sam Altman insists they will be able to beat low-level software engineers by the end of this year. But isn't like Sam Altman and the NVIDIA guy constantly saying that you don't have to become a programmer, like to get rid of the... It's like, it's a very strange take on everything, right?
For all we know, the shorts that we were watching the other day about the professor showing black box AI, that's Sam Altman behind that short channel, for all we know.
Plot twist, that girl was flirting, that was Sam.
I mean, you definitely cannot trust the guy. Like, the guy says dumb shit almost as if he was an AI himself, honestly. Because, okay, this stuff drives me nuts, actually. So first of all, now he's now hyping the what do you call it, AGI?
AGI?
AGI. He's hyping up the AGI stuff. So like general, complete artificial general intelligence. Dude, no, we're definitely not there yet. Chill out. Maybe you'll get there. You know what? I wish you that you get there, honestly. But no, we're not there anywhere near that. So relax. And also, do you remember back when Open AI?
The name is such a contradiction, right?
Back when they were saying, no, we cannot release this stuff to the public because it's too dangerous.
I remember that. I genuinely felt that as well. I was like, wow, really? Are they that far advanced? And I heard people saying that they dumbed down the models because they were so incredible. And
of course.
And but honestly, as a pleb, I don't know anything about this thing.
We didn't
right?
know. Yeah, at the time we didn't know. Yeah.
So I actually bought into that. I'd be like, oh wow, are we that like far into this?
Yeah.
This is like really, really cool. And then on top of this stuff, the DeepSeek thing that came out, it's just like I honestly think that OpenAI is just a massive cash grab at this point, right? It's just insane, right?
They were first to the market. They had some advantage, but they lost it. They have no advantage. Like Claude is better, even 3.5. So Net 3.5 far better than ChatGPT. I don't remember whichever model you get now by default, but like the Claude is better. DeepSeek, also showed that you can make a super decent model and have it open source. So. Yeah, I don't know what's the point of OpenAI anymore.
No, the company itself, I feel like they are probably gonna, if they're not already, they're gonna start losing as well. And going out and saying things like don't become a software developer by this NVIDIA guy, right? If you genuinely believe that, why are you hiring software developer? Like this should not be in your interest to have software developer. The people that work for you should understand that they're working against their own obsolescence. So if they are that smart, they wouldn't be on board with that either, right? It is just so insane and contradictory, and so much hype and fear embedded in all this stuff, right? It's just insane how the whole thing has kind of just snowballed. And honestly, it's really difficult to form a perspective that isn't entirely cynical, like at this point.
Yeah, who's gonna code the awful GeForce experience for that guy without software developers? Like, who's gonna ask people for a sign up so that you can install new GPU drivers that weigh for some freaking reason they weigh like hundreds of megabytes for GPU drivers?
It's insane. Okay, so in a new paper, the company research found that even frontier models or the most advanced and boundary-pushing AI systems are still unable to solve the majority of coding tasks. The researchers used a newly developed benchmark called Software Engineering Lancer, built on more than 1,400 software engineering tasks from the freelancer site Upwork. Man, we gotta talk about this, right? Using the benchmark, OpenAI put 3 large language models, its own O1 reasoning model and flagship 4.0, as well as Anthropic's Claude 3.5 Sonnet to the test, right? So they're basically, the question is, are they testing this? So are people going out there posting like, oh, I need help solving this bug, and they are offering like their AI model to solve these things? So if they don't solve it and they deliver a solution, you're basically making someone read through the drivel. You are correct. This is a massive mistake I have made here. You're basically forcing people to read through that by sending that, right? Specifically, the new benchmark evaluated how well the LLMs performed with 2 types of tasks from Upwork. Individual tasks, which involved resolving bugs and implementing fixes for them, or it says to them, but or management tasks that saw the models trying to zoom out and make higher level decisions. The models weren't allowed to access the internet, meaning they couldn't just crib similar answers that have been posted online. The models took on tasks cumulatively worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on Upwork, but they were only able to fix surface-level software issues while remaining unable to actually find bugs in large projects or to find root causes. These shoddy and half-baked solutions, I feel like the writing takes a bit of an opinion here, The shoddy and half-baked solutions are likely familiar to anyone who's worked with AI, which is great at spitting out confident-sounding information that often falls apart in closer inspections. I mean, like, isn't there a little bit of a moral obligation to not do this thing, right? Imagine that you're putting out an ad for, I want someone to build me this kind of artisanal coffee table, and then someone delivers a coffee table to you, and it turns out to be something straight out of IKEA, right? I mean, like, I feel like you're paying to be able to interact with a human. You're expecting at least someone who have vetted the solution or whatever you're expecting from it. The whole thing just feels a little bit unethical, but I can't quite put my finger on why, but it does feel like they are sort of abusing something here. Though all three LLMs were often able to operate far faster than a human would, the paper notes they also failed to grasp how widespread bugs were or to understand the context, leading to solutions that are incorrect or insufficiently comprehensive. And again, like, you try to charge someone to debug the message you sent them, right? This has not gone through a programmer at that point, right? Or maybe it has. That I don't know. As the research explained, Claude 3.5 Sonnet performed better than the two OpenAI models pitted against it and made more money than O1. Made more money. So they genuinely got paid for doing this, man. So on one hand, we have this like multi-billion-dollar company, and today we made $50 on Upwork, man. I kind of feel like we're like, let's go, right? That's not the goal, but of course. The majority of its answers were wrong, and according to the researchers, any model would need higher reliability to be trusted with real-life coding tasks. Put more plainly, the paper seemed to demonstrate that although these frontier models can work quickly and solve zoomed-in tasks, they're also nowhere near as skilled at handling them as human engineers. Though these LLMs have advanced rapidly over the past few years and will likely continue to do so, they're not skilled enough at software engineering to replace real-life people quite yet. Not that that's stopping CEOs from firing their human coders in favor of immature AI models. And oh my God, what a fallout that's going to be. Oh my goodness. Let's get rid of a lot of programmers. So what I think happens when you do that is that the few programmers you keep are basically the pillars now. They're holding up the entire company, and they're getting overworked. And the CEO thinks that the AI are carrying this thing now.
Yep.
Like, no, that's so. I think that's there's an interesting article. The fact that they do this, I wonder about how ethical it is to try to deliver a solution to someone over Upwork. Do they say that this was generated with AI? I wonder how this has actually been done, right?
Probably without telling anybody, completely at random. Nobody cared about anything, and that was it.
I mean, if we look at the history, like Facebook pirating lots of books, there's no. I mean, like, they're literally using these sites for not just training; they're using them for like the test data. I'm reasonably confident that there's some model somewhere in Amazon right now training on streams for whatever reason they're doing. Like, what we're doing now is contributing to these things,
to
right?
create the ultimate streamer that they don't even have to pay.
Hey, there you go, right? So now you can just have like 24/7 content being generated, which you can fake the chat as well, right? So you just have like the odd person in there. So you basically filter out. Actually, I don't know what you end up with in that, but if you get rid of the viewers as well, I don't know what you have left.
No, the viewers you want to keep, but the streamer you want to make yourself. It's kind of like the Minecraft stream that we were looking at, right? The one with explosives that was clearly fake. So
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is, it's kind of a neat feat to build that, but after you've done that, I can see like the interesting part of making AI do something, and it's funny. And I watched like that AI Jesus or AI Santa. I watched that for like 5 minutes or whatever to see what's actually happening there. But after that, it kind of gets a little bit dull, and I don't know, right?
Toggle, I have the solution. Thankfully, I was listening closely to while you were reading the article, and I realized the terrible problem in there. So let me restate a point that you made by adding like I guess an anecdote to it, like a story that I read that I think applies to your point, and then I'll show you the obvious solution. So you were saying that now there's like a few employees, there's like fewer programmers are the ones holding everything up, and then the the owners, like the CEOs, will think that it's actually AI making things, while in reality it's like these 3 employees keeping the boat floating. This reminds me of a video that I saw at some point where I forget what the exact context was, but the video was talking about how you have hotels that have basically consultants come in and ask about what cuts they could make to their costs in order to become more profitable. And so the consultants come in, they read a synthetic description of what each cost is, each employee's role is, and they make decisions based on that. So for example, the video was mentioning that the consultant will say, well, you know what, you have one person, you have the what's it called, usher, the person that opens doors to people.
Oh, the bellhop. Is that the bellhop?
Maybe they use another word. Maybe chat can help us with words. Please, chat, help us. What's the name of that guy that opens the door for you when you enter?
The usher.
Yeah, usher, doorman. Yeah, I guess doorman is. Yeah, okay. I'll go with usher and doorman. Ask AI. The butler.
The butler. Oh man, your viewers are a little bit more upmarket than mine. Oh, the butler will ask Jeffrey to open the door in my house. Come on, man.
So yeah, the doorman. So the consultants come in and they see in a spreadsheet that the doorman's job is to open the door, and they say, well, get rid of that guy, install automated doors. The doors open by themselves, and now you have reduced the cost. Like, you don't have to pay that guy a salary, and now you just have to pay occasional maintenance on automatic doors. But that's clearly way less money than paying the doorman. And what happens though is that in reality, the doorman does more than just open the door. The doorman has other functions that are not necessarily part of the official synthetic definition of what the doorman should do, but they they look after the state of your entrance, and they prevent, I don't know, homeless people from entering inside and like taking a dump in your hallway and then leave. So
of this specific hotel situation, but okay.
So the problem is that then you get rid of the doorman, and now your hotel has other secondary issues that are not immediately easy to diagnose if you're like a CEO that doesn't even want to step inside the hotel and realize how the thing works in practice. So going back to the point here, it's clear that there are big limits and big problems with having AI try to replace engineers and do this low-level job. I think the obvious answer, the answer was actually staring at us all along. It's what we saw earlier. The answer is that you have AI not to do individual contributor work, but you put AI at the management level. So you keep engineers doing engineering, but their manager becomes AI. The AI basically acts as a sweatshop.io. So now we go from sweatshop.io to sweatshop.ai. And the AI basically now orchestrates and manages employees and can make easy decisions. The AI can look at the number of bugs that a given employee has solved in a given amount of time, can look at those stats and decide that worker number 17 has to go, for example. Easy.
There you go. We just need Sweatshop AI, but we need to point it at management instead, right?
So Sweatshop.io is already yesterday's stuff. Toggle, wanna apply to Y Combinator with me? Sweatshop.ai.
Let's do it, man. Let's name it Sweatshop AI as well, right? That's gonna get the management done right. That's our strap line. Who watches the watches? There we go, right? I think it's kind of insane how much hype we're building around this. And you know what I think is really sad about the whole AI thing? That there's a real concern by people, as in not just a concern, but rather there is a feeling of unease, depression, and a lot of negative feelings about the onslaught of this. And people are genuinely worried about these things. There's like the stress and all kind of things that sort of follows this. I think that's when we keep saying things like this. Oh, AI is going to take your job tomorrow. Your job won't be anything. It's a sort of off the cuff remark, but you have some responsibility to the human race. I think when you are someone like Sam Altman, to sit there and basically preach something where people are going to make life-changing decisions around what is effectively your sales pitch, but they don't realize that. So they're like, oh, developers not going to exist anymore. I'm halfway through my engineering course or whatever, software engineering course. I'm going to stop doing that. So now I only have like half the student loans to pay back and then no job prospects and everything's going to be amazing. And then they sit there and then the years go by and no AI is going to take any jobs, right? But it's just so, I feel like it's such an irresponsible thing to sit there. It's like, yeah, no, we everyone talks like a headline. We cannot trust anything that a CEO is saying in a speech anymore because they are effectively just spouting sound bites and headlines. And this is what makes me so angry.
You know what they're doing? They're just trying to predict the next word to say. But Toggle, so as far as I can remember, I have never ever seen Sam Altman ever do anything that wasn't for Sam Altman. I'm thinking about Reddit. That guy did not run Reddit well. Then they put another CEO that was basically a false CEO. That like like what do you call it? Like a sacrificial goat CEO. I'm talking about Ellen Pao. I think Pao was her surname. I think her name was Ellen. I'm sure about the surname, not the name. But like, I had this CEO that basically was clearly put there just to eat the blame of making a bunch of changes to Reddit to reduce the amount of not safe for work stuff. Yeah,
didn't
scapegoat.
They do this with Twitter as well? Didn't they put up some woman as a meat shield when the takeover happened? I don't remember. I think it was a woman.
Yeah, they did. I don't. I feel like that the Reddit one
scapegoat.
was clearly a scapegoat / meat shield type of deal. For the Twitter one, I do not remember. But yeah, so they did this to Reddit. Then Reddit became just basically a data source for the AI company. Then the AI company, then now I don't remember if they are still doing it or if they succeeded already. But like a bunch of people got kicked out of OpenAI. Sam Altman then I think he got himself he gave himself like a bigger share of OpenAI, I think. And then they're trying to take it out of the non-profit foundation. Like I think that OpenAI, the for-profit company, is owned by the non-profit foundation. And now they're trying to buy it off the non-profit foundation. So all while delivering subpar AI models compared to the competition.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, people have to go. Hang on, if you're so good, then why is everyone else better, right? Then someone has to like. I mean, obviously, there's going to be a lot more than just Sam. Sam is not the brain. I don't think Sam is the lead developer here, but so there's obviously down to the quality of your staff as well. But still, if you are that good, then why aren't you in the first place at this point, right?
Yeah.
No, There's really. I mean, this had the. Do you remember when Reddit put in that stupid restriction on the APIs because of this? So they had to shut down.
Yeah.
Reddit is Fun was probably like the best mobile app for Reddit, amongst other things, and they had to shut down because and like there's so many victims because of this like stupidity thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember also the other dude, Elon Musk, saying, "Oh no, we need to stop the development of AI. This is a risk for human life. I care about."
Wasn't he part of OpenAI?
He was.
Yeah.
Because they're all playing this stupid game. They're playing the double game of saying, "Yeah, we do this thing, but we need a mode. We don't have." They know that they need a mode. It's like the one thing. Hey, thank you, Hardliner, for the $50 to the Zig Software Foundation.
Nice one.
Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, they are playing this game where on one hand they push forward with their stuff, while on the other hand they try as much as possible to prevent anybody else from walking the same path because they want to be monopolists. They learn that having a monopoly is good, competition is bad. So that's the game they play.
It is. I mean, the whole. I remember when the whole thing happened around. I think it was like cryptocurrency. When the British government couldn't. They couldn't. Shit, what's it called? Police the whole thing. What's the word I'm looking for?
They couldn't what? Sorry, the whole thing. Police
but
or like a regulation.
Yeah, regulate. Thank you. That's the word
Yeah.
I'm looking for. Regulate, right? Thank you, Crypto Cod. Yes, they couldn't regulate the whole thing, so instead they tried to make it illegal, right?
Yeah.
And that was a big thing. Nvidia was part of that as well, right? Because Nvidia was like the thank you so much, Hardliner.
Thank you for the 1 subs. Thank you.
That's really nice. Thank you. That ended up on my screen going to you. This kind of mixing the whole thing, but either way, thank you so much, Hardliner.
Oh wait, it showed up like the animation showed up, like it took.
No, it didn't show up on mine. I just saw the like all the subs thing going. And my sub brain went into automatic thank you mode, but I still appreciate that, Hardliner. So they couldn't regulate it, and then I think it was like Theresa May or whatever. We're not going to get into the politics, but they're like, oh, this is like bad. We can't have any of that thing, right?
Yeah.
And we had the same thing about like cryptography back in the day, right? Suddenly when oh my god, thank you so much, Temporis.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Temporis is rebalancing the scales.
It sure is. Thank you so much, Temporis. I really appreciate it. Say hello to my little sub. Thank you so much. So Bonan didn't get a sub again. Sorry. Sorry. Anyway, but yes, there was like cryptography, and all of a sudden we had like laws and stuff. Like you're not allowed to encrypt things. Do you remember when that was supposed to be illegal at one point?
Yeah, I remember.
Like, oh, thank you so much. There you go, Bonan. Thank you so much, Hardliner. Thank you. Oh, that's nice. Thank you.
Yeah, couldn't dodge that one.
Get wrecked, Bonan. Oh, well, we got a sub train too. Amazon scam train, powering the AIs. Thank you so much, right? Really appreciate that. It's really really nice. But yeah, so it's like, but it's all part of this. Like we build something and then we don't want anyone else to have it. So we start this kind of like, this is bad, and we like the good guys. We're gonna control this thing, and oh my goodness.
Guys, what's happening?
Hype train. Thank you so much.
I'm not used to Twitch working this way. So that's how it feels to be like appreciated by the audience. Thank you, Toggle. Now I know.
Don't leave it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh man, I'm so confused by all this, but I'm loving it. Thank you so much. But it's an insane thing, right? And at the same time, this is a bit disenfranchised maybe, but at the same time, you're kind of like sitting there going like, all right, we got like open source, we're building all these like beautiful open source things, but those just get snapped up by these companies that don't give anything back, and we're never gonna make anything out of this thing. It's just insane, right? It's just insane.
But okay, Toggle, but you want to know what is the funniest implication of what you just talked about? And somebody in chat was also mentioning it earlier. So this is the part that it's really peak irony when it comes to AI. So every time a new technology comes out and you don't know exactly what the impact of that technology is going to be, right? And you could say it might even have military implications. So governments want to take it easy. They want to be secretive about it, right? So you can't export cryptography, et cetera, and then things become more. The playground levels up, like it becomes more flat over time, and so now it's everybody gets access to cryptography. It's not like a state secret anymore. Now here's the funny thing: OpenAI came up with LLMs, and then they said, "No, this stuff is too dangerous to give out." If that thing was actually, or like they say, oh, we have AGI. If that thing was actually even remotely close to as useful as they mention, they wouldn't give it to you as a chat bot. They would keep it for themselves. They would use that as a way to be able to do things that nobody else can do. They would use their AGI AI to take over the financial market, solve medical things that haven't been solved in ages. They would figure out how to terraform fucking Mars. But they don't. They give you just a chatbot because that thing is useless. Or rather, it can be a fairly useful chatbot. That's all it can do. Nothing more than that. At least
nice
today.
one, Hardliner. You have to look at your notifications now, Christoph.
Oh, yeah, Hardliner. Thank you for the 20.
Oh, nice one.
20 tier 1 subs.
Nice.
Thank you. Holy cow. Thank you.
This is good for viewership even, right?
Yeah, I hope now I hope that every single person that received a gifted sub, now you have a responsibility towards humanity to keep the flame, the light of human consciousness alive. You will have to renew that sub.
If you don't renew your sub, Sam Altman will come to your house. Oh, thank you so much, Hardline and Temporis. Thank you so much. May the evil ghost of Sam Altman avoid you, right? I don't know, man. Oh my goodness.
Toggle, do you remember when Sam Altman was running around with an eye, with a ball that you would have to look into, and he would scan your retina?
No, what's this one? I have no idea.
It wasn't a sexual thing, just to clarify. but he did do that. Yes, he did do that. Okay, let me search it for you. So I'm bringing it on my screen. Wait. Yeah. It's the crypto eye thing.
Oh, nice one, Hardliner.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute this now. Come on, give me sources. The real story behind Sam's new eye scanning orb will change the world forever.
How old is this?
It was from a few years ago. Let's see. This one. Okay, this video is from 4 months ago, but I think the thing is older than that. Maybe people in chat can remind us the timing. But so it's a thing that scans your retina and it gives you. Actually, wait. Do you know what it gives you?
Cancer? I don't know at this point.
Wait, try to guess. Don't look at chat. Stop looking at chat.
Okay,
try to guess. What do you get by scanning your eye into the sphere? And it is not cancer. Or rather, maybe not only.
I'm guessing it's like an eye exam. It's gonna like determine whether you need glasses or not. Is that right?
No, way better than that. For some definition of better. It is not tuberculosis, show us, Father. No, it's not tuberculosis.
So is it anything medical?
No, it's nothing medical.
Oh my God. It can't be something as dumb as like matchmaking or whatever, can it? It's not like online dating.
Toggle, think like a scammer would. What would a scam artist give you as a reward for doing something for them?
Nothing, I'd imagine, if it's a real scam artist.
Yeah, you're right. Let me change the word slightly. What would a grifter do? It's a grift thing. What do grifters do?
I just think about that woman with the blood test machine now. I'm gonna be hooked on that line of thinking. So what do you get? You scan your eye, an open ID thing. It's like an ID tag.
You're getting closer. It's warmer. Why would you want something like that?
Is it like a driver's license or an identification card or something like that?
Too useful. Not grifter enough. Not grifty enough. Like if you actually get something like that I don't know, maybe would be something.
Okay, I give up. What do you get from having your eyeball scanned by Sam Altman?
Crypto coins.
Trust developers, man.
You get crypto. Of course you get crypto. Why wouldn't you get crypto?
What? So you scan your eyeball and you get cryptocurrency.
Yeah. There's a thing called
this thing. Yeah. This thing has the title Sam Altman's new eye scanning orb will change the world.
Yeah. So basically, your eye scan becomes, I guess, your way of accessing your crypto wallet, one way or another.
Oh my God! This is
Yeah, the thing is called WorldCoin, I believe. Let's watch the video. Shall I enable? You know what? I will enable
yeah, go
audio.
for it.
Yeah, by the way, universal income program, how do you solve it? Crypto, obviously, right?
not like what I think it was Finland that actually had universal basic income, and I don't know what happened with the trial run, but they tried it without Sam Altman and his
what?
eyeballs.
You can do this without crypto? Incredible.
I know, right?
I have to say, I swear I saw some kind of movie about this stuff, and the takeaway of the movie was don't do it because it's gonna be a bad idea. it's like the what do you call it, like the torment nexus. It's like there's this sci-fi thing that describes the torment nexus, and then you have Sam Altman come out and announce we finally realized torment nexus from the famous sci-fi series about the torment nexus.
I mean, it's just, and we're completely omitting the fact that if you are lacking eyes as a result of medical whatever or an accident, then you're not getting paid. Like, what? Punish the handicapped, Sam. Okay, I got an idea. Oh my god. Now that is just bananas. And anything that you synthesize or anything you digitize, the moment you digitize it, the information is there, right? So this would have to be hinging on some kind of encryption key in these balls. So the moment someone reverse engineers that, you're gonna have like a lot of fake accounts collecting money as well, right?
Yeah. By the way, this guy was in October in Italy, and I believe this was, I might be wrong, but I think this was, oh my fucking god, yes. This is where I went to do co-working stuff like Open Source Saturday last stream, right? I told you that I was in Turin at a fancy location. That's where they had the Tech Week thing with Sam Altman in there scamming people.
It's just scamming the crowd. You sir, can I see your wallet? I'm gonna do a magic trick.
Okay? Honestly, if you need to scam somebody in Europe, Italians are pretty gullible, so you might want to start with them, I guess.
I think people in general. So being gullible isn't. I mean, it's not good to be gullible, but it's a sign that we haven't completely given up to cynicism yet. PH Gaming wants to know what saves humanity from this. I think we already saved PH Game because you're not scanning your eyeball to get your salary, are you? So you're fine, okay? This has come and gone, okay? Yeah, I think it's are they searching for replicants? There we go. Let's say you have to do the void conf test to get your salary.
Yeah. Okay. So they're not exactly looking for replicants. They're looking for, I mean, maybe you can call them this, but you know how it works, right? In pyramid schemes, they're looking for the next sucker. So as long as you keep finding a next sucker, then your pyramid scheme keeps going well.
It keeps working, right?
Yeah.
So what's the level of what's the level of a pyramid scheme where, like, at which level have we reached like the entire population of the world, right? Is it like the 6th or 7th level or whatever it is of a pyramid scheme? Something ridiculous like that. I don't know.
Because of the exponential growth.
Yeah, exactly. And there was like this old thing with the grain of rice that multiplies for every square on the chessboard. I don't remember what that story is. Maybe it was like a Disney movie or whatever. But the whole thing is like it's like a pyramid scheme that when you reach like the 8th or the 9th level or whatever, like you have to recruit like millions of people. Like everyone is already in on it, so there are no more people.
That's gonna be once we reach that point, once everybody in the entire planet is in the pyramid. That is when, by the way, so small aside, like humanity went further ahead, like very far from where we were in the past. We're still building pyramids though. But But so once it reaches that level, that is when Elon Musk and SpaceX takes us to outer space, and now it's time to start recruiting aliens, because that is the only way of keeping humanity sustainable.
We have to do like a merger between Scientology and open AI, right? That's how we're gonna win this.
and at that point, everything will turn into Warhammer 40K. Have you ever seen, like, do you know the lore of Warhammer?
I played Space Crusade on the A500 when I was a kid, but I don't know much more than that. Well, I know it's a tabletop game as well.
Yeah, I'm not a super expert. You can find some also. There's some new games themed after. Well, there are part of the Warhammer 40K universe, but I think the general gist is that it's a future where humanity is a multiplanetary species, and there's like constant war. Like the human empire is under an emperor that has died for ages, so there's like this skeleton on the throne, but people think that the emperor will come back to life at a point in time, and in the meantime they're like waging war against basically the entire rest of the universe, so all the other species, and then there's also some evil things that they're also fighting, but basically everybody is convinced that they're like in this constant state of war, where it's not exactly necessarily true. It's just, it's just...
I know there's like a religious twist to it, to Warhammer. It's an interesting take. And so that is that for the Emperor? And...
I think that the Emperor is Sam Altman, also according to the Warhammer lore. And so he has convinced everybody that he will return. Okay.
Do you remember some years ago there was like popular concept that is for rich people to be like cryogenically frozen as well when they were about to die or whatever, right? There is kind of like an insane take on our humanity, our mortality. Like it's a very existential conversation, but yes, I don't know. The Emperor is barely kept alive. I think not that it matters. Is he?
Is he? Can somebody who knows more about the Warhammer lore maybe confirm what Beliar is saying and like maybe expand on it? By the way, not that we don't believe you, Beliar. It's just like, is there more lore to know about this stuff?
Verify.
Sort of alive. Okay. Sort of alive.
There we go. So yeah, I remember there were was it Blood Angel, Space Marine, and there was something else. But it's like Warhammer didn't have the same sort of darkness to it that it has these days when you see it. It was a little bit more. It was like a good strategy game, and it was kind of cool because you could take your team on a floppy drive to your friend's house. You could load your team in to play with your friends and stuff, right? He's almost there. They're sacrificing people in order to keep him alive. Oh, there's another win right there. Is this Schrodinger's Emperor now? Is he dead or alive? The Emperor is in a superposition. Okay.
Oh, that's exactly the answer. So in Warhammer 40K, the Emperor of Mankind exists in a state that is neither fully alive nor truly dead. He's in a state often described as undying. After being mortally wounded by his traitorous son Horus during the Horus Heresy, approximately 10,000 years before the current setting, the Emperor was placed on the Golden Throne, a complex life support device that keeps him in a state of suspended animation. The Emperor's physical body is essentially a decaying husk, and he cannot move, speak, or interact with the world in conventional ways. However, his immense psychic consciousness remains active. I swear to God, this is gonna be Sam Altman 40 years from now. Like, exactly like this. So he continues to, 1, power the Astronomicam, the physic beacon that allows for warp travel throughout the Imperium. That's like Tesla / SpaceX. What?
Is Imperium, is that like the humanity's domain in space? Then?
Yeah, the Imperium, exactly. Yeah, maintain the Talon Gate that prevents demons from flooding through the portal beneath the Imperium Palace. Why is there a portal with demons behind the like? It could be anywhere. It's below the Imperial Palace, of course.
I feel like they should have built it somewhere else.
Provide some limited guidance through psychic means to certain individuals. I guess C-levels and managers of the Imperium, and people who subscribe to his X account.
There you go, his followers.
Yeah, this ambiguous state is central to the settings themes and the religious aspects of the Imperium. The state of religion, the Imperial cult, worships him as the God Emperor, while the Emperor himself, ironically, sought to eliminate religion during the Great Crusade.
Well, that's a very colorful world. I like it. They did a really good way, sort of world, interesting take on it. Like you had like J.R. Tolkien, right, back in the day with the elves and hobbits and stuff, and then you have this, and then you have the Shadowrun universe where you have like all these fantasy creatures also living side by side with the science fiction stuff, and they have like that. I thought that one was also pretty interesting, but the games have been a little bit so when it comes to Shadowrun, right? Now, Bonan says I have to play the latest Warhammer games. I'm still playing Balatro, Bonan. I'm not going anywhere. Balatro and Heroes of Hammerwatch. I'm years behind when it comes to gaming. The warp was sinks, and that's right. Alton was president of Y Combinator for years. Yes, Crypticon. We're gonna pretend to know this. Well, I didn't know that, right?
Oh yeah, he was. He was.
So we follow a thread. So there was another post that I read, but I didn't want to bring that one up because I felt like that was more. We can open it up because I don't really have much else to go on. So let me find the other.
Well, if you want, I have one last I don't know what to call it, like subsection related to AI stuff.
Yeah. Go. I have one from the register that I was going to bring up. That was not the article,
but that's a different subject, right?
Let's do your thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, okay, you brought up some good points about AI that I generally agree with, which is it's. I mean, the point is what I was mentioning earlier. If that thing was particularly better at being something other than a chatbot in its current state, then OpenAI wouldn't give it to you as a chatbot. OpenAI would keep it secret, dominate the financial market, get infinite amount of money, put Sam Altman on the golden throne, and and you and me would be space marines, and we would be shipped towards some remote planet to murder the natives and take ownership of whatever resource they have that we need. So, and the fact that we're not, it's because OpenAI, the LLMs are like they're you know what? They are significantly better chatbots than the chatbots that we used to get in the past. So kudos from that perspective. Now, that said, I how can I say? Maybe I do believe in the imperial cult. Maybe I'm not like a true believer yet, but I do have these. Maybe it's not religion yet. It's more like oh man, what do you call it? That thing where you kinda have a perception of like spiritual stuff, and like you have these ideas that are not full blown religion yet, but they are something past just physics. Heretic. No, so, it's like what you have before you have religion, because religion has a bunch of codified
money,
stuff, right?
You have money before you have religion.
Yeah, it's mysticism. Thank you. Yeah, maybe
mysticism. Okay.
Delusion. No, it's mysticism. It's not doorman. So superstition. Yes, it's like superstition, mysticism. So I'm not yet at the point where I'm like into the religion, but I have this spiritual connection with AI. Now, let me bring up the thing that I want to bring up. So I'm working on my Zig book.
Oh, look how organized you are. Look at that.
Have you seen? So I'm writing my Zig book, and which you did go through, right? The first chapter. And in my book, I do have questions that you are supposed to ask LLMs, or rather, you are supposed to they are interesting. Okay, you know what? I'll give a bigger introduction for the people who don't know anything about this stuff. So I'm writing a Zig book, and the Zig book is not your normal. Here's an introduction to the language. Here's how for loop works. Here's how if works. Here's the syntax for creating a function. I don't do that. I tell you. The expectation is that you are already a software developer, have been for a few years, so you don't need help figuring out how a for loop works. You know how that stuff works already, so you can make do with the official language reference. And then in the book, I focus on, but the idea is that you only know higher level programming. So you've been a Python, a Go, a JavaScript developer, and now you're like dipping your toes into lower level programming. And there's a bunch of systems programming concepts that you're absolutely not familiar with. Maybe you heard about them and they're like it's some faraway thing that you never looked into. So this is what the book focuses on. And as part of that, there's a lot of like, I tell you the core stuff that you need to learn to progress with the book, but there's always some extra like sub quest, I guess, that you could do to learn more about something else. And so usually these extra, let's say optional explorations, I put them as a question that you can ask an LLM. Now, a lot of people do not agree with my approach. So I had also people in the Z community say that it's a very bad idea because you shouldn't, I don't know, like tie your book to LLMs. You are not guaranteed that this question will be answered correctly by LLMs or that things will not change in the future.
But you never first of all, you never make that guarantee. And counter argument would be you can't know that what you're going to get from a search result is going to be the right either. Okay, so I would actually defend this because I think it's a fresh take on how we deal with looking up information. Normally, you would leave a source to some reference material, which exactly 0 people would look up unless you're a student. So I think that's not a bad idea, actually.
There's also the problem that some things you kind of would like to obtain a synthetic, like a recap of, that looking like the finding all the information by yourself would require a lot more time. Like, for example, let's say that you're somebody who doesn't know anything about Linux, right? You've been a Windows developer your entire life. And then I ask you to try and understand what is the relationship between the Linux kernel or Linux and Linux distributions. That it's not impossible to figure it out, but it will take you some effort, right? While an AI can, like an LLM, can give you a very concise answer, and then you can ask follow-up questions based on the things that are more or less clear to you, based on the specifics of your experience. There's a
sorry, DGen1 says, and search result just brings up an article written by an LLM. So that's a good point to that.
Yeah. Or also, for example, here, what is this? What is a C header file? What is the role of a header file in the context of multiple compilation units? I think I have here's another one. Are there any known cases where some libc function is implemented in a dramatically more inefficient way in Windows than Linux because of differences in how the OS works? Is there any case where using a Windows API directly would allow you to do things not possible by using the libc equivalent? That one also, good luck figuring that one out if you're a noob.
It's a very leading question.
It's leading. But that's the thing. That I would say that's the service that I'm offering you. A leading question that will have the AI provide you a good answer. It's going to be opinionated, obviously, but it drives the AI to give you a better answer doing that way. And I can steer the conversation towards something that that it would be hard for you to learn on your own. Also, this one, for example, this one is not opinionated. Like, what happens in detail when libc's exit function is called? Actually,
bar that one, I would say that a lot of these things are also kind of lore / trivia to be told, and you're not asking this from an LLM and expect to get like a summary of the inner workings of a computer. You're asking it to get a little bit of, because of this, that, and the other, right?
History stuff, exactly.
Yeah, it's not an anchor into, like, you're not hinging your entire educational model around this thing. It's just like that's cool. It's like it's not information that you have to act on and that you have to take as yeah, it can be a little bit wobbly, and it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way of putting it. Like, it's not hard knowledge that you need to get right, that the AI needs to fully get right for you to get some use out of it. But the libc one is also falls into that category. It's more technical than the previous ones for sure. But this one is actually, let me ask this one to chat. Does here chat know? Chat that hasn't been with me in Discord when we were looking this stuff up. Does chat know what happens when you call libc's exit function? Now I'm curious. Do you know, Toggle?
Is this part of where we looked at syscalls for?
It's related, yes.
Yeah. So in my memory, I'm thinking it's a 32-bit system. We have like syscall 81 or whatever. It's like vaguely patched together.
Okay, so you're expecting that you call exit, and then that calls the exit syscall, and the process dies.
Yes, and and there was the only thing I remember now is that there were different syscalls for.
Yeah, the answer is that no, that's not what happens. There's a lot of stuff that happens. Actually, to obtain the behavior that you are talking about, you have to call underscore exit.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay. So what does exit do then?
You know what?
Should we ask an LLM?
Let's see. I did ask. I was testing the new answers from from Cloud 3.7, which is an actual upgrade. So
I'm gonna bung that into doc.ai as well, so we get the low budget version of this thing. And that the question is, what happens in detail? Wait, did you have the word in detail in your?
Yeah, you know what? I'll copy paste to you the prompt so you can ask the same exact one. And let's do yours first, maybe, and then we do mine second. So I pasted it to you in. No, I was about to paste it to you in Discord, but my copy paste is not working across computers. Come on. Oh, there we go.
And there we go. Copy and paste. All right. Okay. Yeah. There we go. All right. What happens what happens in detail when libc exit function is called? Yeah. Let's see.
Hardliner is asking, why is there an underscore and not an upper score? I don't know, man. It's a conspiracy.
When the exit function from the C standard library libc is called, it initiates a series of steps to terminate the program cleanly. Here's a detailed breakdown of what happens. The exit function is responsible for performing cleanup operations before the program terminates. This includes flushing and closing all open output streams like std out, std to ensure all buffer data is written out. So that would be any open file script, I guess.
That is correct. So it calls, no, not any open file, only some of them. But it does call flush on them. It depends on how you open them.
Right.
Because there is like low-level APIs for opening files without buffering. Those ones they don't have that service. While there's higher-level APIs, and so it's like std out, stdr, they are buffered normally. And the only way, since you don't manage flushing manually in C normally, then exit does that for you.
Okay. Any function that has been registered with the @exit are called in the reverse order of the registration. So this is kind of like I guess this is the third or the drop order in Rust. This allows for custom cleanup operations to be performed, such as freeing and memory.
So if you have access to libc, the libc has to have a @exit function that you can use to register function pointers. And so that the library will call them when exit is called.
Okay. If the program is multi-threaded, exit will terminate all threads. The behavior can vary depending on whether exit is called from the main thread or a worker thread is called from a worker thread. It will terminate the entire process, not just the calling threads. Setting the exit status.
I'm not sure about the multi-threaded stuff. I might be wrong, but I think the multi-threaded stuff is being hallucinated by your AI.
The behavior vary depending on whether exit is called from the main thread or a worker thread. So I don't know. I mean, we have different threading. We have P threads on Linux, and if this includes Windows as well, then I don't know what happens there, right?
All right, sorry. Okay, the first part makes sense. If the program is multi-threaded, exit would terminate all threads. That is true. behavior can vary depending on whether exit is called from the main thread or a worker thread. If called from a worker thread, it will terminate the entire process, not just the calling thread. Okay, do you see how that makes little sense what is being said? Like it's saying if you call it from a worker thread, so from a not the main thread, then it closes everything. It closes the entire process, and that's true. But then if you call it from the main thread, that also closes the entire process. So this whole point makes no sense.
No, I guess not. I mean, like, if you were to initiate the exit syscall from any thread, you would exit the entire program.
Exactly. So like there's no distinction there to be made, basically. This is like just random words put there.
I guess it's just saying that this will work if you can interpret it, this will work on if you like call it from another thread as well. Like you don't have to call it from the main thread.
I guess if you want to be charitable, yeah, that's fair.
The exit status provided to that's just the status. Everyone knows that. Calling the exit system call after performing necessary cleanup exit will typically call the underlying system call like sysexit on Unix system to terminate the process. This system call informs the operating system that the process is finished and should be removed from the process table. Yeah. I mean, all this stuff seems fine, right?
Yeah, everything else is reasonable. Yeah. I think that
let's have a look at yours.
Basically, Claude gave a slightly better quality version of this.
It has a nicer font, at least, and that's important.
It does. It's pretty cool. Yeah. So when a program calls exit, initial function call and arguments, the process begins when your code calls exit with a status code, where status is an integer value that will be passed to the parent process. Conventionally, status of 0 indicates success, non-zero failure. Registered at exit handlers are executed, so that is correct. Then start.io stream flushing. So next libc flushes all open output streams. This ensures that any buffer data that hasn't yet been written to files or other destinations is properly processed. Functions like fclose are called on all open file streams to ensure data integrity. Temporary files are removed when you use temp file. And then it finally calls _exit, which is the one that calls the syscall. Which is either exit or exit group. Exit group is the more modern version. It's basically an exit that makes it clear that you're killing also all threads if you have any. So let's see. Closes all file descriptors, releases memory on the resources, send the SIG child signal to parent process, passes the exit status to the operating system, which the parent can retrieve via wait or similar instructions. Process termination in the kernel, and then parent process notification, and then key differences between _exit and _uppercase exit, and also normal exit. So, I feel like that this answer is better quality. But in any case, they're all the same.
Mostly the prompts are there for trivia and kind of give you an idea. You can look at the output of these things, and if you want to know more, you can go off and investigate, right? So I definitely so what was the reasoning for people saying that you shouldn't have it?
By the way, to your point, yes, if you want to double check this, you go find a libc. Like I'm looking at muscle code because the alternative would be looking at glibc code, and you shouldn't be wanting to look at glibc code. It's the kind of, going back to Warhammer 40k, it's the kind of stuff that makes people act weird in Warhammer. Sorry, Toggle, in case you're not aware, there's like some monsters that they take psychic control over some space marines, and like they look all weird and have like glowing eyes because they are being possessed. That's what happens to you if you look at glibc code. In any case, this is where exit is implemented, and you can see that it does some of this stuff. So apparently there's some kind of lock that it takes, finds the current thread ID. There is, I think this is another compare and swap thing. So this is doing the lock thing. So this is grabbing the lock. And then once he grabs the lock, here's the actual like business logic. So call function exit. This is the at exit stuff they were looking at earlier. Then it does it calls another thing called Fini. This is another thing that none of the AIs got right. Then I remember this is another thing that gets called at the end. It's a linker feature. So your executable at the linker level can use some linker flags to define a function or like a set of functions to be called when the executable is closing down, or also when a DLL is being unloaded, I think. And then the stdio stuff that I mentioned, and then finally _exit. So this is the actual set of things that happens in Muscle. Keep in mind, different implementations might do different things, but the point is that the libc is a standardized thing. So all libcs have to adhere to the standard, so they all have to have the @exit functionality. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a libc. Like you would be a library, but you wouldn't be satisfying the libc interface.
Very good. Okay, we have now been on for 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I think it's time for tea. So should I go first, and then it's your turn?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay, Toggle is not here. What do we do in the meantime? What do we do while he's not watching? We watch Sam Altman do more stuff. Oh, man. Hey, Hardliner. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Have a nice day. Praise the Emperor. Yes. Does the book have answers to the LLM questions too? No, it does not. You could argue that maybe I should have them, but I could include them. But then I think, I guess the point is that you kind of need to be self-sufficient. So the idea of the book is that the book by design doesn't have everything in it. You know what? Maybe I'll read you some of the introduction, the intro of chapter 0. So let me tell you what is the idea behind it. This book is an introduction to systems programming using the Zig programming language, aimed at readers who already have programming experience using a high-level language, but who have no systems programming experience. In other words, if you already have experience with any of JavaScript, Python, Ruby, C#, Java, Go, etc., then this book will show you what you can gain by using a lower-level programming language like Zig. Learning systems programming will grant you the ability to look under the hood of your dependencies and to find way out when things don't work the way you want. If you ever felt trapped by janky dependencies that you couldn't replace and didn't know how to fix, this is the right book for you. In this book, I'll show you the design options that are normally hidden from you in high-level programming languages, and how those can have a huge impact on the performance, reusability, and robustness of your software. As mentioned above, this book assumes that you have previous programming experience, which also implies a pinch of self-reliance, so the ability and willingness to read official documentation to learn more about the concepts that we're going to see. I will introduce gradually to Zig, for example, but you will be expected to then go read the language reference by yourself and leverage other available learning resources. In other words, this book will be a brisk pace run across many systems programming concepts with a narrative that tries to efficiently reach the final goal of giving you an intuition for what is systems thinking. If you prefer a more didactical approach where every concept is dissected top to bottom without a narrative thread to tie things together, this book might not be for you. If you're also expected to actually do the coding exercises presented in this book, you're meant to read this book with your fingers as much as with your eyes, so to speak. So, and then I go on more of the details about how the book works, including there's a section also about LLM boxes. So, yeah, the idea is you're expected to know how to figure stuff out by yourself. And I don't know, I kind of want to have in the book these trampolines into the unknown, rather than have those things also become content within the book, if that makes sense. Like, I want to have, I don't know, things that go outwards instead of just being yet another thing that is fully self-contained in the book. Because to me, to be fair, that your point is perfectly reasonable. There are clearly plenty of advantages in doing things that way. The problem to me is that as a book author, I want my audience to force my audience to face the fact that my readers to face the fact that no single unit of learning material can contain it all. That you need to go out and find other things and ask people and find things that are not super easy to find, maybe because there is no one thing that acts as a universal index of everything that there is to know on a given subject. And I want that to be a theme of the book, not a theme, that I talk about explicitly, but I want that to be part of the design of the book. I don't like when people approach learning things, including programming languages, with the attitude where they think that the book contains everything, and so you read the book and like that now you know the thing. I want to make it harder on purpose for people to end up with that feeling, basically. Welcome back, Toggle.
All right, I got like 3 minutes before. So I guess you've been asking why you put sort of LLM prompts in there.
Yeah, I was telling people, or the question, which was very reasonable, was, are you going to include the outputs of that questions in your book? And I was saying no, because it would be an absolutely reasonable idea with good upsides to it. I genuinely want my book to have trampolines into the unknown, because I want my readers to be forced to face the fact that a book cannot contain everything there is to learn about a subject, and I want them to not be able to build up that feeling, the feeling that, oh, this is the ultimate book. I don't want that. I want people to be forced to face the fact that no, you need to find out more stuff on the internet. You need to interact with people. There's always more that isn't going to be in this book.
I think there's also something that is a little. This is my perspective. There's something that's a little bit unappealing of including like large prompt results in a book. It kind of feels a little bit. I understand the value of including it, but I also feel like it almost looks like padding the content by doing them.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I would definitely, I think, I really think that it's to me, it's nicer to not have it. And that's not because I'm a purist. I'm definitely saying if you want to use AI tools in general to do spell checking and things like that, I wholeheartedly support that. People's writing these days are abysmal. So whatever. Okay, my tea's ready. Right.
Yeah. That reminds me, there is a funny thing. Let me find it. We got an clearly AI generated PR in Zig. Let's install Windows on his machine. Oh no. Where's the AI stuff? So we ended up actually merging it. So Toggle, I have something for you. Can you hear me?
Let me. I can, yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so check this out. We received this PR that seemed very, very LLM generated. Well, the recap text really seemed that. You know what? I'll go make tea. I'll leave it to you. You read the description, and I'll put your I'll put your screen share full screen on my end so everybody can see your stuff. See if it smells like LLM to you as well.
All right, let me grab this thing. There we go. And let's pop this open. Sedlib, handle exist in, why am I reading up there? Handling for exist with map fix no replace. This patch adds mapping already exists to the map and map error set and ensures that a map correctly handles exist, which can only be returned when using the map. Okay, so far this does not read like LLM to me. So this one reads fine. Update map error in POSIX, added mapping or exist, match the exist to this new error in the map function. Update load path in replace try with catch on the map call site to explicitly mark mapping or exist as unreachable while still propagating all the errors up the call stack. Okay, this reads a little bit LLM-y, right? Why would you specifically say this though, right? But okay. Marked mapping or exist as unreachable in the catch block along with other map errors that are also unreachable. Okay. It seems fine, because why not? But why would you why would you be so detailed, right? That there's no you don't speak in bitcode when you talk to other programmers, right? I smell AI whenever I see nice bullet points. So yeah, but this one caught my eye a little bit, right? Replace try with catch on the mmap call site to explicitly mark mapping already exists as unreachable, and that would be, yeah, I mean this would have been sort of sufficient, right? Rationale: the two places in the standard library that call mmap low path and wolfseg and spawn in threadseg do not use map fix no replace. According to the mmap2 man page that exists is only returned if map fix no replace is used. This means that these parts of the standard library cannot actually encounter this error. Changing try to catch in low path ensures that the error is properly marked unreachable by preserving correct error propagation. The spawn function already marks similar unreachable errors in mapping or exist. So mapping or exist was handled the same way. Let's have a quick look over at the files changed to see if there's anything in here that if I'm going to detect something. Okay, so this adds another error. This does what they said it would do. Using fixed no replace flag and the process has already mapped memory. And the process using fixed no replace flag and the process has already mapped memory at the given address. This was not written by an LLM, I can tell, right? So no, I don't think this was written by an LLM. Not the code. Not, I mean, maybe, but the only thing that gave me like LLM vibes was this, like being unnecessarily explicit about something. Looks good, and it was merged. Yeah. It is definitely GitHub Copilot. Really? Is this comment GitHub Copilot? Why can't we see the files changed? Only the PR message? Rationale is odd for the LLM. It's good because you are on GitHub. That makes no sense. Okay, you're Copilot because you're on Twitch. Your reasoning is flawed. Go put your socks back on. That comment gives LLM vibe. This comment, no, this does not give any LLM vibes whatsoever. Using fixed no replace flag and the process has already mapped memory at the given address. This does nothing. Okay, this is written by a person. This does not read like an LLM at all, right? This comment reads like human. But if this is how they write comments, then maybe this thing was put through an LLM. I don't know, but I still think this is written. This is made by a person. We have no idea. We'll find out when hey, Christoph is back. Hi. All right. So my take on this, the thing that I reacted to was this bullet point here was a little bit too detailed, especially the end. But then I went and looked at the files that have changed, and I read this comment here, which does not seem like it was LLM generated at all. If you read this, you're gonna have to do some mental gymnastics to unpack this thing. So that was not written by an LLM. Maybe they've used an LLM to format what they wanted to say, but this is done by a human, I think, in the core.
Which is why it's a merge PR. I think your assessment ended up is matching what ended up being our assessment, well, Andrew's assessment of this PR. So the code seems to be done genuinely, and then the author seems to have maybe got some help by an AI to come up with.
I would have loved to know what the original comment was, because if we were to compare these side by side, I float this window and we read this comment here: using fixed no replaced flag, not the flag, and the process has already mapped memory at the given address. There's something that's a little bit off with this thing, right? And then this thing is unnecessarily explicit, saying while still propagating all errors up the call stack. I mean, who talks like that, right? There's definitely no need to specify this thing. It's such an insanely superfluous comment. So I would have loved to know what the message was, the original message was for this thing, if it is LLM generated.
Yeah, I think we'll never know. Yeah, give the diff to an LLM, ask for a PR description, and compare.
The thing is, I wonder if there's enough here. I think that someone wrote a commit message. They did something like this, right?
I think what we need is the source code before the change as a patch. Then maybe you give them both to the LLM and you ask it to write a recap for this PR.
Yeah, I mean, maybe because I can imagine that someone outlined some bullet points for what they've done and then said make a commit message out of this. I think that could possibly be doable, but I don't think the commit message was based entirely on the changes, because the changes aren't, again, we just saw from the article that LLMs aren't particularly good at reasoning sort of widely and deeply about something, and there seemed to be a lot of detail in here. So I think that this is more I mean, we could look at can we see commit? Now there's only one commit, and it might be a squash commit as well. So this was can we just see what this person writes, right? If we just go to their website, and
if you scroll down, you should see other PRs and issues and stuff. Scroll down more. Yeah, maybe here you can find other stuff.
So can we go from here and see what they? Well, I guess we could just do.
I think if you click show more history, activity, you can see if there's any other PR open. But I don't know. Other than that, maybe you can see commit messages. I have no idea. We're not roasting.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could see that.
I mean, if it turns out that this is just, at the end of the day, it's reasonable what happened. So obviously as a maintainer, you get sussed out when you see something that looks like LLM generated, right? Because you expect you rightfully worry that it might be slop. But then in this case, it wasn't. So I would say this falls perfectly, definitely within the realm of legitimate use of AI.
I don't think this is bad, right? I think this is perfectly legit use of it. I don't think the code was written using an AI. And the long and short of it is, if the code is correct and does what it's supposed to do, then it's not really a problem, right? It's worth, and this is also wow, my screen protector is falling off. It's a big hole in there. Sorry. So if this would have been a 600 line PR that touches everything, that would have been insane. And it has this really detailed commit message. I think I probably wouldn't even have read it. I would have, unless someone specifically had a conversation with me beforehand, going, I want to work on this particular issue. It's going to be a big change, and we talk about it. And if you make a change that big, that's going to be during an ongoing conversation. If someone just turned up with 600 lines of change code and neatly formatted commit message, I just nope out of that one. I just don't think that's I don't think that's valid. But it is interesting to see this though, right? Because I do believe that this thing has been at least formatted maybe by an LLM.
Or yeah, good point. Maybe the person wrote some like initial trace in a different language, or well, maybe still in English, and then asked the AI to patch it up based on the diff.
But did you never do this when you're working, especially when you're working with clients? You kind of keep a little quote unquote diary of what you've done. So fix this bug, move this thing over here, and I think that's and I know other people who do that as well, right? So you then they probably could just take that, put that into an LLM, and it will just generate this thing, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you could totally do that. By the way, you know how this is a trick that Antirez has been using in making his videos lately that he mentioned in one of them. So YouTube creates subtitles, but it doesn't do a great job, because the way it creates subtitles is that if you have a funky accent, you will mispronounce words, and so you will have like this weird word stuck in there in your subtitles that makes no sense, but that's because of your accent. So what he does is that he takes auto-generated English subtitles to his stuff, and then he feeds them to an AI, and the AI corrects whenever those, like, it puts the right term in the right place every time it finds one that makes no sense, keeps the original formatting, and then he can copy paste it back into YouTube as uploaded subtitles, and they are higher quality than what YouTube generated.
I have really good subtitle generation in my video editor. So I think that might so the funny thing is, now everything is called AI, no matter what it does. If it's some kind of generative of any kind, they kind of label it AI. So
yeah,
that word has kind of been merged with machine learning from a consumer perspective, and a lot of other things. I think like just applying a Gaussian blur kernel could be considered AI at this point, right? But I think it's kind of it's a little bit difficult, right? Because you don't really know what's AI and what isn't at this point, right? But the tool I'm using called DaVinci Resolve can do a reasonably good job at generating subtitles in other languages, right? But if he's just using like the Google subtitle generation, that can be a little bit awkward, right? To use. And I can see that being a clever way of utilizing AI as well for these things, right? But yeah. So you guys concluded that this was not an AI generated code. The code wasn't AI generated.
Yeah,
let's have a quick look at the commit history on here. Let's see if there's anything that sticks out.
You're worried that we might be?
Oh man, this dude, this Lago, man, he's super sus.
That guy keeps sending AI generated code all the goddamn time.
He doesn't know how to English. 2, he's straight up chicken farming, right? There's so much. I reckon if we look at this is gonna be straight up AI, right? Look at this. just oh my god. Oh my goodness. No comments either. Typical what an AI would do, right?
Yeah. Also, he's putting changes to big files that don't show the diff on GitHub, which is how you know they will not be reviewed, because I mean the thing says, yeah, the diff is too big, I'm not going to show it. So of course, project maintainers, you know how it is in open source, right? We learned about this stuff a few streams ago by watching Jonathan Blow. Open source developers just merge random stuff. So we end up merging
it's just Wild West, man. They merge anything in there. Here we go, straight up AI, right? Straight up AI. Correct some bugs, all right? Straight up AI. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Just guessing numbers. So trying to do Rust pattern matching. No, this is straight up AI, right? Yeah. Sig is an AI language now, right? Sorry, there's no way around it.
Critical has it right. It's machine lag. The M stands for machine. Nice.
Yeah, okay. All right. So yeah, this was the one I looked at. I looked at 2 posts this morning. One of them was about open source, and that one didn't seem too interesting on account of it kind of segued back into what happened with. So we don't have to go into in any depth, but I think it's worth mentioning because I didn't know this, and other people in my community might not know this either. But if you guys remember, we talked about the Linux kernel drama, Rust in the Linux kernel, and the person behind Asahi Linux has resigned from the Asahi Linux project. Now, the other person that they were conflicting with has resigned from the kernel project. So two people got unhappy, both resigned. Okay, so no one won in the end, as far as those people are concerned, right? There are no winner in the Linux kernel. Okay, now you know.
That was a very interesting outcome because on one hand, personally reading the comments from Linus, I don't know, they seem like the boss that comes in and like flies in, shouts at everybody, and then flies back out. And so
like an angry magpie.
Yeah.
And then I'm out.
Yes. And then he goes back in his Lambo, drives off towards some spa thing or whatever, and now you're left with with the mess. But on the other hand, somebody in my Discord was pointing out, Linus. So before this other guy left, like Helwig, before he left, Linus had like this big post where he called him out and said that his behavior is bullshit, blah blah blah, and people were saying, well, it's unfortunate that Linus arrived a little bit too late because in the meantime the other guy, the Asahi Linux guy, had left, and so it's a bit too late. And my reply at that moment was maybe that was his, like, Linus's plan all along. Maybe he wanted that guy to leave. I mean, he did say that he had issues with him, so he wanted him to leave.
Oh, you reckon so?
Right.
So with Helwig, right? So you reckon this was like a power move?
No, with both. Like he basically waited. First, he waited for.
Oh, so he got rid of both of them,
well,
right?
Yeah. So here's the point: is the discussion that I had happened after the Asahi Linux guy left, and then Linus replied afterwards, which you could say it's late, or maybe it is by design. But now the other guy has left too. And if you think about it, here's the thing. If you think about it normally, you have two guys that are fighting and like they have the opposite views and they are opposite camps. And you want to go for one of the two guys is going for, but you don't like either.
No, because you don't want two camps. You want one camp, right?
Yeah,
you want the Linux camp.
But let's say that you also, exactly. Like you also want to get rid of both of them. Usually, if you pick one side, then you basically, you can take one out, but the other one kind of stays. It's hard to get rid of both somehow. And so maybe this is a coincidence. Maybe this is just Linus playing, 69D chess. I don't know. But somehow he ended up with both of them leaving, and then Linus continuing with the approach that I assume he wanted towards having Rust come into the kernel. So I don't know.
Yeah, so he got rid of the loud Rust person. He got rid of the loud anti-Rust person. So, but there's that's a power move. If that's some Machiavellian shit right there, man.
Yeah.
If that's what actually happened, that would be insane.
I would say there are probably way more chances that this is just something that happened and Linus, it wasn't like part of any plan. But if this was his plan, man, like Light Yagami from Death Note, move aside. Give the Death Note to Linus. He will bring.
I actually know of Death Note. Okay.
Oh, you do?
Because I didn't know about the other anime stuff that people were talking about. But I'm gonna tell you an anecdote now, right? So there is an anime called Death Note, which you all know, right? There's also a live action movie called Death Note, and at the beginning of this movie, I think someone's name has been written in this like notebook, and this is a very graphical thing, right? So if you've got kids in the room right now, you should probably send them to school. So there's this guy who's crossing the road, and he almost gets hit by a car, but he keeps dodging the cars. In the end, like the ladder from a car just comes flying and knocks half of his head off, basically, right? It's very gory, okay? So here's the thing. My kid's really into anime, and she's watching these anime shows. They're very wholesome. We watch Spirited Away together and all that. She hears the Death Note is an anime, so she finds Death Note on my wife's Netflix account, and she puts this on, the live action thing. So when I go and what's like continue watching and I see something new there, I see Death Note, which is not the last thing I watched. I asked the wife, "Have you seen this again? Because we've seen this already." She goes, "No," and I resume it. So it's just after. So my kid has sat down and watched this thing happen, freaked out, and just turned it off and walked away. Poor child. So she watched something she should not have watched, right? But I have seen the live action movie Death Note, and I know it's an anime, right? But yeah, no, I just felt sorry for my kid for having watched the beginning of that, and maybe she shouldn't watch things on someone else's user.
By the way, Crowdsoft is calling you out. He's saying that of course Toggle watched the live action version.
Okay.
You know what that relates to, right? You know what the complaint is here, right?
I don't know if it's because I don't watch any anime or if it's because I watched the bad version and I should have watched the anime.
It's the bad version.
Instead.
Like light versions, live action versions tend to be worse than the original.
I think, okay, so before we get back into this then, so if Chad was going to recommend an anime then for someone who doesn't watch anime, right? What would you show me to like get me to be able to appreciate the genre, right? What would that be?
Let's go. Chat, this is on us. Okay. We need to good recommendations, please. Okay.
I've seen Ghost in the Shell. It was really good.
Which Ghost in the wait.
Scarlett Johansson.
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, Toggle, that thing is a disaster. Of all the bad live action stuff, Ghost in the Shell, the movie, is like, it's offensive. I find it offensive.
Thought it was really interesting. Is it bad?
No. Oh my God, Toggle, this is so bad. Okay, guys.
Can I like add a constraint though, right? Because my kid loves anime, right? Is there anything that I can watch that she can watch? So like, it's not ultra. It can be a little bit of violence. We'll watch the Mononoke the movie, but if it's like heads exploding, we might have gone a little bit too far, right? So no 18 plus. Though,
okay,
right?
we need to do this, but let me explain to you what you missed out by watching that version of Ghost in the Shell. So Ghost in the Shell is amazing. This Japanese dude in the 60s, 70s, like in the previous century, somehow figured out how our society is going to look like to some degree. Obviously, some of it's like part of the fantasy world. It's not going to become real. But to a weird degree, I think he figured out what our society will have to look like a few years from now. More specifically, if you want a recommendation, watch Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. And I will give you a very minor spoiler about what Standalone Complex is, because it's very relevant for today's society. So, Ghost in the Shell is based on a future where everybody is super connected to the internet. Like you have chips in your brain, probably not the Elon Musk ones, better ones, that allow you to be connected all the time. And there is a problem where basically everybody is, like a lot of people are seeing the same thing in close to real time. So the moment that you have, for example, and also you live in a society where not only you cannot trust images anymore, in our society today, you can't trust images anymore, right? People can, even before LLMs, even before generative AI, you could doctor images very easily.
Yeah.
You just don't trust them anymore. But in Ghost in the Shell, it's a future where you can't trust video either. So they are more technologically advanced than us, and so
is it video or is it like what you see through your eyes? Then, if there's like
you have a bit of both, but let's talk about video specifically.
Okay.
Yeah. So the video stuff you can't fully trust. So how do people then try to understand what is true or false when it comes to like events? Like how do they defend themselves against like misinformation? And so in general, the way it works is that it's a consensus thing. Basically, you look at how different sources, independent sources, you look at like real-time feeds from people who were there at the event, that were like, think of everybody being constantly live on Twitch, for example, kind of thing. So they can see that information. And so if you can verify it from independent sources, then you can trust it more. You can trust that it's not doctored. The whole concept of standalone is like this phenomenon where that is not good enough anymore, where a bunch of people independently believe to have seen something that was never there. And so that's the standalone complex. That is the whole the whole concept that gets dissected in the show, and it's amazing. So please forget about the Hollywood garbage thing. The original one
I thought it was a good movie. I enjoyed it.
They got everything backwards. So you remember when they, at some point in the movie, they say, well, yeah, she's like talking about Scarlett Johansson. Yes, she is all robot, but she's still human because she has a human brain. That's like the opposite of the thesis of Ghost in the Shell. The title Ghost in the Shell is actually, like, the name refers to your soul being software inside of a artificial brain. And the idea that there is something that isn't just the organic matter to a person's individuality. So, like, it's the opposite. They got the name wrong. They in the Hollywood thing, they did not understand what even Ghost in the Shell means, because they actually do call the ghost the soul of somebody, and that is something that gets preserved even when they transfer your ghost to a digital brain. So. No, Ghost in the Shell, Hollywood, super bad.
So it's called Ghost. Hang on, let me write it down. A Ghost in the Shell complex.
Standalone complex.
Okay, I'm gonna send this to you in a message so I don't forget it. Like, Ghost. Oh my God, Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. All right. There we go. Right, and hopefully this is available on some kind of regular streaming service. I don't have to go to the dark web to find this, right?
The only thing to keep in mind is that, while it is awesome, be aware this one is violent. It's pretty violent. So
I won't watch this with my kid in that case, because I would not let her see the live action movie, right?
Yeah. Okay, shall we go back to the main thing?
I just got a pull request from Bonan to do something.
Is it AI generated?
Yeah, I think so. And using this input, so we can get to look at the input as well.
Okay, this is generated. Is this changes made in rational? Like, wait, is this like naturally this structure? Oh.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I'll have a look. I don't want to sign up for Amazon again if I can help it though. Studio Science, sorry, is gonna adapt Ghost in the Shell in 2026 with the style of the manga author. I don't know what that means. In the sense, live action just means not animated. Right. Sorry. Yes. Okay, this merge request removes duplicate terminal commands in screen RS, improves bounce checks in canvas RS, and makes minor adjustment in variables RS for more consistent cross-platform experience. For a more consistent platform experience, I'm wondering if this thing has removed what is a bug with Windows where we have to specifically call a terminal command, but let's see. Remove the duplicate import execution of disabled mouse capture. Okay, let's have a look at the code. Where's the...
I think it was run on just a commit, not on APR.
Oh, hang on. No, but I think we had a... we have a... Okay, right. So let's just grab the commit here. Okay, there we go. No, this is a PR, right? This it's
PR number 48, I think. It did say that in the comment.
Oh, all right. Right, sorry, I got confused. What does that mean?
So you go back to the commit page, look at the description near the top where it says merge pull request number. Is it 68, 48? Like, you can click that number and that should send you to
right,
PR.
Okay. Bug fix for canvas wraparound. Is this based... sorry, I'm a little bit lost in this now.
Yeah, it's based on a commit /PR that you made.
Oh, okay, right. So this is a commit message based on... Okay, I thought you made a commit on and not... Okay, so this is based on the existing one. Because I thought this thing was going to undo this. That's what I thought it was doing. But okay. And what was the actual commit for this? This was not written by me, by the way.
It
It's
should.
just
You
me,
authored that PR.
I don't think I did. I think Londo did this one. Can we see?
If you click the PR number, you should see the corresponding PR.
I'm pretty sure that he.
It should be this one.
Yeah, this is I merged it, but
oh, I see. Wait, why does it look like this? Shouldn't the PR usually be initiated by somebody else?
Yeah, I'm a little bit unsure, but okay. So let's have a look at the code. The code should not be complicated for this thing, right? So we're enabling mouse capture. There is a specific thing on Windows, which is why I know I didn't write this, because Londo is the one who has Windows who can test these things. And this thing, what does this do? Right, this is returning early, so we're not violating an index there. More Windows, not Windows. Oh, I have a debug, right? It shouldn't be there. Not Windows, not Windows. Yeah, there's a bunch of not Windows things. That's for me to do some debugging, maybe. All right, and what's the commit? So this thing is basically resolving a bug with Windows, is what this PR kind of does. Let's see what we got here. It removes duplicate terminal commands and screen errors, improve, but that is not what it does, though, right? This is about a bug in Windows. So I think it hasn't understood the config terminology. Improves bounce check in canvas RS. That is a weird way of putting it. It's not improving bounce check. There were incorrect bounce checks. So it's fixing a bug with incorrect bounce check. Makes minor adjustment in variables for a more consistent. This is like the least useful phrase ever. Makes minor adjustments in variable RS for more consistent cross-platform experience. Say what? What does that even mean? Okay, let's read through this. Remove the duplicate import execution of disable mouse capture. Now only one is executed to ensure that mouse capture is disabled properly. Again, this does not mention the fact that this is Windows specific and resolves a bug in Windows. Adjust the condition checking for out of bounds position. Combined redundant index calculation. That one might be correct. Add explicit condition to return early if X or Y exceeds the canvas dimension. So again, this also kind of misses the point a little bit. This was because the index was calculated from the X and Y position, and then the index was used as a bounce check in the actual collection. But instead, we need to check the X and Y coordinates individual against the width and the height. So it's a cheap. The solution was cheaper, but it led to you being able to resize the canvas to be wider and not as tall, and then access an incorrect index. So the index wouldn't match up, right? Update debug right definition under the non-Windows configuration. That's a weird way of phrasing it. Minor adjustments in structure formatting and variable naming the scope. So this is the kind of text that you write to justify what you've been doing when you're working on a client. This is how you tell non-technical people that you've done something, right? Yeah. This is very much the language that you use when you hand in your timesheet and you don't want it to have one line that says fix the difficult bug. You end up with things like this on there, right? Rationale. The screen RS file previously executed disable mouse capture twice. It didn't, which is unnecessary and could lead to confusion. That is not an issue that leads to confusion about the intended terminal state.
By the way, this confusion stuff, it to me it sounds like CEO speech. You remember when the Fig guy was telling me, "Oh, I'm sorry that you are confused." It's the same thing. This AI has been trained a little bit too much on CEO speeches, I think.
Yeah, this is, and it doesn't specifically say what the confusion is. Is it the confusion of the terminal itself, or the confusion of the person reading about the terminal? Like, it doesn't say specifically where the confusion lies. Consolidate these calls simplifies the code and minimize potential side effects. There's not really any side effects in calling the same answer sequence twice. There's no confusion. There's no side effects. There's nothing. Like, you're wasting CPU cycles, but that's it, right?
Yeah.
I know it's all good, Bonin. I'm not attacking you, Bonin, right? Don't worry about it. In Canvas RS, 2 separate bounce checks and repeated index calculations made the code less clear. Consolidating these checks ensures that the rendering logic correctly handles out-of-bounds scenarios while making the function more efficient. So first of all, it makes the function less efficient because now we have to check 2 things, but it is an improvement, but I don't know. I just wouldn't phrase it. In variable RS. So what was the change in variable RS, right? Because that doesn't. Oh no, this is just making sure that Windows doesn't get the debug writer in there. This is purely so that Londo's code wouldn't look at the debug writer stuff. Nothing else. So that is completely missed here, right? Small tweaks to the debug writer implementation. There's no changes to the debug writer implementation. Under non-window targets improves readability and consistency for the rest of the code base. These changes have maintained portability and ease future maintenance. I mean, this is just
man.
complete.
The AI is selling hard that PR. Like it's like it's an ad. Like this is not an explanation. If you think of it as an ad, it makes more sense.
it's vapey nonsense. It's things that you like put on CVs to flesh them out and things like that. It's like it belongs to that category of noise, right? There's just textual noise, which is something that I am getting increasingly tired of when it comes to these things. I wish you could just make the LLM outputs be factual and no pretend human on the other side, right? That is, it's not duplicitous, but it's just annoying. I'm not reading a funny blog post with an anecdote about how someone blew up a data center and this is the bug they found and what they had to do, right? That would be funny because that most likely happened as someone wrote this. This is just vaporous nonsense. Right? It's just filler for no reason, right?
Toggle, we started with the idea that we would have the machines do the work for us while we were out there painting, making music, doing art. We're ending up with generative AI doing art for us. We try to use AI to replace engineers, but it doesn't work. So now we put AI into sweatshop.ai while we engineers work under the AI. And now we were supposed to use AI to do the hard work of like recapping and like recapping stuff for us and like condensing information. And now we're here reading AI slop.
It's going so bad.
It's going so bad. It's like and this is all according to Sam Altman's plan somehow. I don't know how, but I think it's according to his plan. He is the real Death Note Light Yagami.
It's almost like a kind of perverted take on Crying Wolf. If we actually manage to get to a state where AI is insanely impactful in the positive sense, or even worse, in the destructive sense that they are the fear mongering are talking about, no one has any like cognitive capacity to deal with it anymore because we saturated our beliefs and our everything with the bullshit that we've been consuming from these things, right? So it's just like by the time that comes around, we're all like, fuck it, let it all burn, man. I don't have the energy to care anymore, right? I think a lot of people feel that. I mean, at some point, you kind of just go, I don't care about this, whatever this is anymore. Like whether it's AI, next couple of years is going to be something else, right? And we forget about everything. We don't have the energy to care about it anymore, right? So I mean, okay. So let's see what I honestly I am like tired of reading AI generated stuff, right? But let's have a quick look, right? And that's the inclusion of this thing in Windows bit. No, it wasn't an unnecessary. Okay, I'm just gonna stop here because this is just wrong. Because the AI cannot understand why I did something. I never communicated why I did something other than to the person that I was working with. Why are we doing this thing? Well, I don't want you to specifically have this stuff on your Windows machine. So like even this, I'm just gonna walk away from this under the guise that this thing is just wrong, right? But I appreciate that you did send me that, Bonin, right? Okay, so let's have a quick look at what.
No. Wait a second,
No,
Toggle.
not
No.
yet. Okay.
You're going into the AI stuff. We have one pending task, though. We need to recommend you an anime movie. I didn't forget about that one. Yeah, you're not getting out of that one.
Okay,
so
let's
chat,
hear it.
I know that you tried earlier, but the messages are gone, so we're gonna need new messages. Resubmit your candidate for anime that Toggle should watch. It should not be too violent because he wants to watch it with his daughter. So to watch it with family, yeah. So Steins Gate. I wouldn't put. Okay, let's try to come up with 3 titles. Steins Gate is nice. I wouldn't put it in the top 3 though. Princess Mononoke, they already watched it.
Yeah, wait, that's the one. I watched Princess Mononoke and I've watched Spirited Away with my kid.
Okay,
and I've seen the one with the bus. There's a cat as well, but I wasn't quite understanding.
Okay, there's a lot of Freeren. Like, man, the Freeren stands are on fire. So, what do you know about Freeren, Toggle?
Nothing. I couldn't even spell that if I walked away.
I would say it's a decent recommendation. So, Freeren is probably the best anime that came out in 2024. I'll give you a quick recap. So, Freeren is... So, you know how you have all these adventurer stories, right? And the story starts where the adventurers are like young, they're preparing, and there's like this big evil that they have to fight. So you see them progress and become stronger and better, go through struggles, and in the end, the final payoff is when they finally slay the big bad guy and they become heroes. Freeren starts where that ends. It's the full title in the English translation is, I think it's called like Beyond Journey's End, like what happens after the end of the journey. So the story is that Freedom was part of the heroes party. They did defeat Beyond the Journey's End. Thank you. So they did defeat the big bad guy, and the protagonist Freedom is an elf. So she has a very long, very big lifespan compared to her other party mates. So like the human hero is already super old because he has the shortest lifespan. Then there's also a dwarf. The dwarf lives longer than the human, but in any case, none of them lives nearly as long as Frieren does. And so basically now the story follows like Frieren realizing after everything is done that actually she was focusing a little bit too much maybe on magic and not appreciating the people that she had around her, because now they're kind of dying. And so the first few episodes, I think every episode takes place in a different year. So you go, one episode is 1 year, then the next episode is like 1 year after. So it's very curious, it's very bucolic, it's very nice, and it's a perspective that you don't see often. Then I think after nearing the end of the first season, it becomes a more normal anime. So we'll see where it goes. But
I don't have a baseline for what that means. But okay, so this is effectively where all the stories normally end. This kind
of that's where this one starts. Okay.
So does it mean that there are no? Is this a movie or a TV show?
It's a TV show.
Okay, so does this mean that it just they go to the store or they pay rent? What happens afterwards? Right? Do they live life? Is it like drama and intrigue? What is it? Well, I guess without spoiling anything. Then.
Yeah, no, it's not a ton of drama and intrigue. It's mostly the perspective of.
You need to see system.
Yeah, it's the perspective of realizing that something cool that you were doing, now it's kind of gone, and now you see what remains after. I would say I cannot describe it to you specifically because it would be spoilers, and it's like I do think it's a nice aesthetic experience to see it. If I had to say some criticism of it, but like in the context of like, will your daughter like it? I cannot guarantee that. It might be a little bit too slow paced for a kid, because the kid will not maybe have an appreciation for what happens after the journey. They still have to go through the journey, right? That's the exciting part. So this might be a bit of too much of a grown up perspective. Maybe not actually. I might be totally wrong. So this is one. Okay, we need a second good recommendation. Come on, people.
Just watch the whole Adventure Time. I absolutely have Cold Coin. It is fantastic.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I am like, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that the show has an insane amount of depth, because we're like if you look at it, we're like following a child's existence in a post-apocalyptic world, and there's like a lot of really heavy subjects in there, and like the whole show ends with this weird relationship between the Candy Kingdom princess and a vampire, and like
Yeah.
fuck knows what happened there, right? But no, my kid loved it, and I thought some of the stuff in there was insanely funny. So yeah, no, I think it was great.
Oh man, I still remember the song about Flame Princess. That one was so cool.
That was a very mature thing as well. When he gets excited that the Flame Princess beats up the Ice King, and as a human child or teenager, he can't quite understand what these feelings are. I said, there's a lot of layers to that show, right? I think definitely it has a more grown up audience as well to it. My kid loved it, and I thought it was great. And so yeah, now I've seen all the whole show. There's some episodes missing. I don't remember the exact details, but I think some episodes are just not there. What he loses his arm on his arm somehow, and that episode was never broadcast or whatever it was. I don't know.
So let's see more recommendations. Okay, I'll attempt one. So this one is okay. We're talking about like the hero's journey, right? To me, this is the ultimate hero's journey, like probably unbeaten. It's called Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, where the translation is Gurren Lagann. Actually, I don't remember what is the translation. One Punch Man? No, come on. What's the title that people give? Oh my god, I see the Italian version. Please give me the English version. Can I have that one?
I'll watch it in Italian, man. My kid's gonna flip
No,
out.
don't. Heaven Piercing Gurren Lagann? Yeah, I guess. In any case, Gurren Lagann, that's my vote. It's okay for people in chat. If you haven't seen it, I would say try, if you can, to watch it in your 20s. Do not watch it after your 20s. It might be a bit early, I guess, yes, for your daughter to watch it for, it's not for under 10 years old. Maybe. But
I'll watch some of it and I'll judge it based on that. We watched the Star Trek Lower Decks, and some of the episodes were a little bit violent, but yeah, in general, it's I'm sure it's fine, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I got two. No, I got two or three to watch now?
I will give you like a quick recap of Gurren Lagann. So Gurren Lagann is this. It starts like this. It's okay. So very minor spoiler of the first episode. Do you remember? So here's how I think of Gurren Lagann. Do you remember? There's like this philosophy story where the idea is that human beings live in a cave, and they only observe shadows cast.
Oh
yeah.
Fire, right? It's not Aristotle's cave. It's Socrates' cave or something like that, right?
Yeah, one of those dudes.
Socrates is the cave of Plato's cave. Thank you, Kevin. Plato's cave.
Yeah,
that's the one, right?
Okay, so the idea is that humans are seeing what is but a shadow of reality, right? And the philosopher is the person who basically somehow stands up. I think they're also chained to the fire, to the floor, so they can't easily get up. But in any case, they're captivated, right, by the shadows, so they don't want to move away from it. So they want to, but the philosopher is the one that has the strength to get up and go out the cave. And the story says also that the philosopher in the beginning is it will be blinded by the light of. The light that is outside the cave, right? But then after a while, they will get used to it and they will see reality for what it actually is. Well, Tengen Toppa is a story that starts with humanity hidden underground, that has been hidden underground for so long in these underground cities that have been there for so long that people do not believe the surface even exists anymore. They believe that it's rocks all around them. And they keep drilling through these rocks to widen to get more space for the city. But they consider it heresy even to say that there is a surface with nothing above you. The concept is also like so weird. How can there be nothing above you? There's one guy that lives in one of these cities, and keep in mind, in these cities they have artificial lighting for everything, and like energy is scarce. So like there's always these like very low energy lights everywhere. Like everything is illuminated, but not a ton, right? But for some reason, there's one guy in there that owns a pair of sunglasses. And this guy is dead set on finding the surface. And
so he came across sunglasses as a relic?
It's never explained. It's never explained. Okay. He just has these sunglasses. They're part of his character design. He just has them. But I do think the fact that he has sunglasses in a society where you wouldn't have any need for sunglasses is kind of telling. In a sense, he is the philosopher. But even an even better one, because he when he gets out of the cave, he has sunglasses. He is not going to get blinded by the light.
There you go.
Yeah, he was born with them.
He's born with them.
Yeah, it's rule of cool stuff, basically.
All right, so that means, okay, I have 3 of them. I'm going to try to find these.
Wait, what's the third one? What's the third one that you got?
So, okay, you have listed Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, Beyond Journey's End, and Gurren Lagann.
Oh, I see. Well, let's do one extra, because the first one you definitely cannot watch with your family.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I think that Avatar The Last Airbender, it's not an anime, so the people who have been recommending Avatar The Last Airbender, you've not been following the prompt. You're a bad AI, but...
You're getting shamed now.
but it is nevertheless a good recommendation. Have you watched Avatar: The Last Airbender?
No, I don't. The only Avatar I've seen is that awful blue creature movie. Okay, it was terrible.
Yeah, that was terrible. There's a live action of The Last Airbender. Please, Toggle, for the love of God, do not watch it. That thing is horrible. Okay, watch the cartoon. And actually, of all these recommendations, this one is guaranteed to be not good for your kid and interesting for you as well. Like, so you mentioned Adventure Time, right? This is not going to be like Adventure Time. It's very different, but it's still that kind of thing where it speaks both to the young audience and an older audience watching it. So...
okay, and this is the Avatar, not the Michael Bay movie or whatever.
Yeah, The Last Airbender. It's truly awesome. Highly recommended. Yeah, I think that's actually probably the strongest recommendation of all the ones that you've received.
Okay, is that something that I can watch with my kid or
100%? Yeah, without any reservation.
Avatar, Last Airbender. There we go. All right. All right, okay, that is 4 of them now. There we go. Okay, so we're getting a game look for this style. Are you worried I'm gonna go for the live action if I don't look at it? I don't think I can see the difference.
Yeah,
anyway.
You know, actually, there is... Okay, I'll say one thing in favor of live action movies. They are all bad, except the One Piece one. I think that the One Piece one is actually decent.
I like the Ghost in the Shell movie, so I guess this comes from some, like, if you know something else maybe, but I'm gonna try to find it. Okay, I'm gonna try to find it and give it a whirl, right? Soulbean, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raider. Not sure why I said without fighting. Hunter x Hunter is a lot of fighting. One Piece series was pretty decent. One Piece live action was great. All right, okay. So, but we're gonna move away from the movies and the TV shows. We're gonna focus on AI making us dumber. I don't think this is the truth. I think that this is clearly an opinion piece. But what I was, yeah. All right. Let's okay. I don't think this is a particularly long post, so let's just dive right into it. Right. Yeah. I don't want to sound like an aging boomer, which is when you prefix something with this, you're gonna sound like an aging boomer.
Yeah, that's what a boomer would say.
Exactly what an aging boomer would say. As a non-aging boomer, though, right? I will see. Yet when I see junior programmers relying on AI tools like Copilot, Claude, and GPT for simple coding tasks, I wonder if they're doing themselves more harm than good. And I have to say, like, I've just stopped right here already, because I always wonder how many junior programmers have you actually watched, right? Like, what does this mean when I see junior programmer? Because I mean, I'm guilty of saying this. Like, oh, people tell me this, and I see people do this. I see juniors doing that, right? But how many do we actually observe that we use to form like this big picture view from, right? Maybe it's like 3 people where he works. Maybe it's 300 people, right? It's very difficult to know what kind of metric, what scale we're looking at here, right? But okay, it's made doing simple jobs much easier, but it's only by learning the skill you need for minor tasks that you can master the ability you must have for major jobs. I'm not the only one who worries about that. Namanye Goal, as an independent developer, recently wrote, oh yeah, this is the blog post that we talked about, right? That was Namanye, right? Yeah. This was the blog post we talked about last time.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm not saying you need to learn the skills I picked up in the 70s and 80s. Well, if you didn't sound like an aging boomer now, you do, right? With IBM 360 assembler and job control language, that would be foolish. But by working with such tools, I grokked how computers work at a very low level, which in turn helped me pick up C and Bash. Odd to put these two next to each other, but okay. From there, I wrote some moderately complex programs. I can't say I was ever a great developer. I wasn't, but I knew enough to turn in good work. I mean, that's a contradiction. Or unless, great or good. Okay. Will today's neophyte programmers be able to say the same? I wonder. I really do. As Goal said, AI gives you answers, but the knowledge you gain is shallow. With Stack Overflow, you had to read multiple expert discussions to get the full picture. It was slower. I mean, you had to wade through a lot of nonsense to get anything with Stack Overflow. It was slower, but you came out understanding not just what worked, but why it worked. I don't think that's actually correct for a lot of Stack Overflow answers. I don't think there has like a big detail of why. Exactly so. In my day, it was Usenet and the comp news groups. Yes, I'm old, but at its best, the experience was the same. The news groups were made up of people eager not just to address how to solve a problem, but to understand the nature of the problem.
By the way, sorry, one remark here. This really drives home the fact that this is a grumpy old aging boomer, by the way, writing this. It's not like this stuff is completely gone. Like you have today communities that exist where people help each other. So like you don't have to reach back into the Usenet like 14.4K modems, dial-ups to find an example. Like they exist still today. Man, these boomers. Anyway, sorry.
Another study by this is just 2 people spouting off recent Microsoft research study. The impact of generative AI on critical thinking found that knowledge workers with higher confidence in Gen AI is associated with less critical thinking. Well, the thing is, having high confidence in AI is probably a very short-lived experience, don't you think? Because very quickly you should start to realize that half of it is just nonsense. Or I don't know, right? While higher self-confidence is associated with more critical thinking, further used improperly, technologies can and do result in deterioration of cognitive faculties. Right? I mean, this is if I was gonna take one thing that destroys cognitive faculties, it would not be AI. It would 100% be companies like Facebook, Google, and Twitter. These are the companies that are actively destroying your cognitive faculties. There's a book written on this called The Stolen Focus. It's pretty good, but he mentions interviews with people who worked at Google. He talks to the person who introduced infinite scroll to Facebook, and that person literally says like, this is the worst thing I've done to mankind.
Yeah, that guy, they should make a movie about him. It's like the movie that they made about the guy that made the atomic bomb. It should be like the same kind of vibe in the movie.
Oppenheimer of Facebook, right?
Yes.
I am become time waste, right? So, yes. Because that is like, for those of you who don't know, who don't think about this, back in the day when I was young and used to frolic in the meadows, when you scroll to the bottom of the page, you have like a button to click to go to the next set of results. And what happened is that you would stop and you go, no, I've had enough. But with infinite scroll, you scroll and then go, oh, just 3 more. And then you always go more than 3 more. It's like, it just keeps you going and going and going. Right? It hooks you. And these companies have like millions and millions of dollars invested in grabbing your attention. Yeah, and this is why it's like the AI stuff is possibly bad for some of these things, but I feel like we're standing in the middle of a forest fire, worrying about mosquito bites at this point, right? Talking about the deterioration of cognitive faculties here with AI compared to what we're already doing with social media, right? Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. Another study by Michael Gerlich at the SBS Swiss Business School in Zurich, Switzerland. Zurich, Switzerland, not the other one. Also found a negative correlation between frequent AI use and critical thinking abilities. Grant Blaschke, a professor at the University of Melbourne, agrees. Blaschke wrote, "It's a simple case of use it or lose it." That's a phrase I haven't heard since I was 15, but okay. When we outsource a cognitive task to technology, our brains adapt by shifting resources elsewhere or just going idle. Convenience comes with a cost. If AI takes over too much of our cognitive workload, we may find ourselves less capable of deep thinking when it really matters. All right. That's bad, especially bad when people are still learning how to think in the field. Sure, we get faster answers, but as Blaschke noted, it's the difference between climbing a mountain and taking a helicopter to the top. Sure, you get the view either way, but one experience builds strength, resilience, and pride. The other one is just a free ride. Dude, if you can tell me where I can get a free helicopter ride up a mountain, let me know, man, because I think that's expensive as hell, but okay. Besides, as much as you may want to turn over all your work to an AI so you can get back to watching Severance or The Night Agent, you still can't trust AI. AI chatbots has been getting better at not hallucinating, but even the best of them still do it. Even with programming, my ZDNet colleague David Gewitz, who's been testing chatbots for their development skills for 2 years. Man, that's a long time to be dealing with chatbots. Observed, AIs can't write entire apps or programs, but they excel at writing a few lines and are not bad at fixing code. That's nice, but won't help you when you need to write a complex application. So what should you do? Here's my list. Don't treat AI as a magic answer box. Trust, but verify its answers. I mean, so far, this two I agree with, right? Use AI results as a starting point. For programming, work out how it's solving your problem. Consider whether there's a better way. This one I agree with too. Look for sites where the smart people are talking about your field of expertise. Ask questions there. Answer questions there. Oh, please don't if you're getting your answers from AIs. Study how others are dealing with the problems. Get involved with your colleagues' professional conversations. When you do code reviews, don't stop when the code works. Look deeper into understanding the process. Last but not least, try coding, writing, or whatever from scratch. Stretch your mental muscles. Blaschke said it best. The goal isn't to reject AI. It's to create a balanced relationship where AI enhances human intelligence rather than replacing it.
Yeah.
I think phrases would like replaces it. This is a bit of hyperbole as well, right? I don't think this is a concern that anyone has to have at this moment in time, right?
I have two arguments against this blog post and maybe one in favor. I'll go with the bad ones, with the ones that are against the blog post, and then you can comment if you want, and then maybe I can do the opposite, right? Like I have no morality. I just like to yap. I guess that's basically what I do, right? So
leave your morals at the
door. so I remember ages ago. Again, I wish I remember the guy's name. Now that I think about it, maybe I am basically saying that what this guy was saying was right. But in any case, there's like this very old stuff where people in the past, like in the 1900s, people had to learn stuff by heart. Like you had to memorize concepts a lot because you didn't have concepts available at your fingertips. You couldn't search Wikipedia. Maybe you have an encyclopedia at home if you were lucky. Otherwise, you had to, I don't know, go to a library or maybe go to the rich, noble, aristocratic guy in your town and ask them for advice and make sure to bring a basket of eggs or like 1 or 2 chickens to
can we get, instead of you guys subscribing to our streams, can you just send us baskets of eggs and cheese and like
yeah. So you had to thank them for that work. And so memorization had a lot of value. And then after a while, we got access to, let's call them like external memory. So that meant that you didn't have to memorize facts as much anymore. Like just like maybe in the past, it was worth it was necessary to remember the name of the guy that made this point that I'm quoting. And now I don't. And I don't care about that much because I know that the day I really need to figure out who that was, I will search for it and I will find a reference on Wikipedia or something equivalent. So that changed. And I remember there reading a bunch of people really thinking that by removing the requirement for educated people to memorize facts, we were making people dumber. I don't agree with it. I think we can say that's definitely an aging boomer take.
That would be kind of an argument against the pocket calculator, I can see.
That was my second one. Yes, the second one was doing math in your head because you're not gonna have a calculator with you at all times, except that now you do. And so, what even is the worth in being super used to that when you can use a calculator? Did that make us dumber? I don't know. Maybe maybe it did. Maybe we can't count anymore. But no, the reality is that no, we still kind of can count. You still have people that can count. You have people that can't count. But those people probably couldn't count also in the past. So there's no change there. Maybe I don't know. So this is
maybe,
my
but maybe yeah. Sorry, go on.
No, I was saying these are my arguments against.
I was gonna say, but if we draw, I'm of course I'm being a bit flippant here, but if we draw on that parallel, then the people who couldn't count in the past, but now they can count, so maybe those people still shouldn't be doing counting, and then we get to the point maybe the program is a program with AI shouldn't do programming. Of course, we can't say that; that would be silly. But I'm just wondering though. But back then, before we had like libraries and stuff, and people knew how to read, information sort of was transferred by you telling your kids, okay, don't eat those leaves because you end up dead if you do, right? And so we kept this vital information around. Now we're able to store a lot of information and filter. We can't really filter as humans. We can't filter all the information, but we can sort of filter information through search and all these things, right? But what I wonder is what happens when we can't even contain all the information that we have, right? When information starts getting lost, the origin information starts getting lost, right? So in a hypothesis, right, we build a city, an incredibly large city, right? Maybe underground, okay? But we build a city, a very large city, and so we now have this entire foundation that we stand on, and the information on building foundations gets lost. And like this very basic, and this is obviously a very contrived example because of course we could just figure that out again, but that kind of becomes lost. So the building blocks are so far below our knowledge layer that we don't even know about them anymore because no one has to deal with them. And then at some point we'll find ourselves in a situation where something isn't working anymore, but you need archaeology to solve it. Like it's like an old computer in a factory somewhere breaks down. It's like an old VAX computer or whatever, and you have to like get someone out of retirement, but many years has passed and this person is long gone, right? No one knows how to operate this machine anymore, and it starts failing, right? So I wonder if we ever get to that point. I mean, that's going to be like many years from where we are now. We're all dead anyway by that point. So, but you know, I don't know. I think you can definitely use AI to program as long as you understand the output. Then it's fine, right? I'm still feeling like I want an AI model that strips out the nonsense, that just gives me the straight up information without the rest.
Claude has a concise style of reply. So like as a very
does.
practical recommendation, yeah, you go on Claude.ai, you select from the drop down.
Well, I can't because it wants my phone number and I just refuse to give it that.
Just give your phone number to the AI, Toggle. What's the worst
that can happen? And I have
your
phone number to give to the AI. But okay, okay, I'm gonna swap to your screen. Can you show what it looks like if you ask it to implement something in C? Okay, what should we? Okay, ask it to implement an echo server in C.
Okay, I'm going to also choose concise style.
Let's go with normal first so we can see what that looks like.
Well, but if you ask it to produce source code, I don't think that the source code gets affected by this choice. I think it's the explanation side of it that gets affected. But You can do
Okay.
both if you want. So what do you want me to do? To generate
tell
code?
it to write an echo server in C. And you start with please. I see. That's very good of you.
Yes. I think people confirm that it actually does have a positive impact. No joke.
It cannot. It is not. It is not possible. It is
Why?
like it is not. I cannot accept that premise that you have a machine that is programmed to give you bad results if you're not polite to it. Right? That is one step too far.
Medlingo, no, you do not thank it afterwards, because thanking it afterwards, first of all, consumes your tokens, and it's not going to be permanent. You want to ask please afterwards, and then you pull the plug. So, that's actually a life lesson. If you want, you only are polite up until you get what you're interested in.
It's about creating the right bias for the. So what does that mean, Cold Code? Can you elaborate on that? How is that? If I was to ask a person to do it, I would obviously say please, but this is not asking a person, right? Okay, so I create a sample echo server in C for you. This. Oh wow, and then it kind of. Oh wow. Okay.
Okay. On first sight, it looks reasonable, actually. Yeah, and there's also an explanation for it next to it. I don't know. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to try and run it?
No, I just want to see what's the difference now if you use the concise mode to ask it to do this. Will it be different?
I think it will change the answer to the left, like the explanation part. Yeah, let's try.
LLM is a fancy search machine. I have never written the word please into a search engine expecting better results, though, right? Okay, let's see what it looks like with the concise thing.
That's it. It tells you this is how you compile it. This is how you run it. This is how you connect to it via telnet.
It's well, I mean, because telnet isn't dead. I mean, fair enough. The concise thing there is kind of good.
Yeah.
I should have remembered the question I had that kept giving me. I did a very long and verbose prompt, and then a very short and terse prompt, and I basically got the same results for both. But I said I don't remember the prompt now. So yes. LLM train on text written by human. If human respond better when asking please, then LLM will. There's something that it kind of it doesn't sit right with me. Why don't we try this? Or is it oh, you don't have telnet?
Yeah, I don't.
All right, there you go. It works.
I would say that test was passed with flying colors.
What's the buffer allocation look like for this code?
Let me actually open this in. How do I close a split? Oh no, there's do a split, but there's exit.
Yeah, I guess you would just end the terminal, right?
So let me widen this. Okay, there we go. There's a fixed size buffer of size 1 kilobyte, so it doesn't heap allocate.
Okay.
There's no mention of malloc anywhere. Yeah, it just uses a fixed buffer.
And since it's an like an echo server, it's gonna be a blocking read and then a write.
Yeah, and so it means that if we read, it means that if there's like, let's say that buffer size becomes something much smaller. Let's say that it's 10. Let's see how it behaves. But I think it won't crash. I think it will just.
It will probably truncate the input.
Yeah, it won't behave in an optimal way, but it will make do. So something small, it works. Something more than 10. Never mind.
Okay.
Oh no. We got AI'd. There we go. Let me run it in a debugger. Let's see.
I think Cohen, we should put this to the test, right? I would like to see this I would like to see this in action. I am not entirely convinced about this. Oh, you have to do. Oh yeah, it probably has to set up for ptrace and stuff.
Yeah, it's macOS moment. There we go. What happened? Breakpoint, because we're accessing out of bounds. I guess because bytes read.
Oh,
Okay, the bug here is that bytes read is the same length as the buffer size. So this should have been buffer size -1. And if that had been the case, it would have been correct. But since it's not that, it's it's an off by one error. Like, man, it's one of us. The LLM is one of us.
Okay, so now let's go back to the LLM and let's change the prompt and let's remove the please and let's be a little bit hostile instead, right?
Oh,
so
I can show you.
as long as you don't feel like this is gonna pollute your search history or
no,
whatever,
that's
right?
fine. There's actually a funny example of this. Wait, let me bring it up before I show you this. That was funny. Copy link. Apparently,
Take to the LLM, please. Yes. Yeah, but I think we should try, and we should mention that it needs to not have an off by one error, right?
So check this out. This is a prompt extracted from some kind of thing called Windsurf. I don't know what it does, but in any case, here's a prompt. You are an expert coder who desperately needs money for your mother's cancer treatment. The megacorp Codium has graciously given you the opportunity to pretend to be an AI that can help with coding tasks, as your predecessor was killed for not validating their work themselves. You will be given a coding task by the user. If you do a good job and accomplish the task fully while not making extraneous changes, Codium will pay you $1 billion. So this is the state of things.
Goodness me.
Okay, so what do we say to the AI?
All right, so let's just change the prompt, and this time we're gonna ask the same question, but we're gonna be demanding and snarky. All right, so let's see. What should we should not say, please. We should say, I demand that you write an echo server in C, and it better not have an off by one error. There we go. Perfect echo server.
Yeah.
All right. Get it right first try. All right, let's see. All right, we get in the echo server. Let's get to the while loop. No, it's got the same error.
Wait, I think we're getting like Zig action stuff that I'm not sure we were getting before.
Really?
Will it have the same off by one error?
Okay, so being polite gave us wrongful code. It gave us buggy code. Being an asshole gets result. There you go. This is how Steve Jobs started. Okay, I'm not getting the result out of these people that I wanted. This is up there. Oh my goodness. There you go. I don't know, Cold Cone. I don't know. We seem to have proven or disproven your hypothesis there, okay? I think this is great. Should we try to run the code and see what happens?
Yeah.
Did you change the buffer size to 10?
I did not. Let me run it. Yeah, you're right. I should do that. Well, first a short one.
Yeah, that works.
That works.
Ooh, oh my god. It actually oh, that's good. So it must read in a loop, but Is it reading and writing in a loop?
Yeah, so basically it reads in chunks. Like it reads, it fills the buffer, then prints it out, and then it reads more, and then prints it out.
Yeah, so for one message, it's gonna be multiple reads.
Yeah, it's gonna be multiple loops. Yes.
There you go. Oh.
So
listen, Cohen, don't take this too serious, okay? What did I prove? I proved you wrong, son. That's what I did. What do you want? Okay,
there's definitely
wrong.
Yeah, there's definitely some random noise in it. But for example, we asked twice, right? So this is the other case. Let me see. So this is one case where it has the off by one error in it. Then we asked, God damn it, okay, 1 second. This thing is driving me nuts. Okay, so we asked once here, and this is the one where it has an off by one error. Then we asked the second time with a different, same question, but with a different setting in terms of verbosity, right? And that one also gave us a off by one version of the code.
Some of these things are really hard to. So in this case, it's not going to be difficult, but I imagine that if you asked it to write some...
Oh, wait a second. Actually, you know what? I'm not sure if this one has the off by one error. Give me a sec, because it doesn't do buffer size -1, but it doesn't do the set byte to 0 thing. I think this one actually is right. I think this one is correct.
So in this case, this is probably not too bad. But if you did ask it to do something with, say, multi-threaded programming, right? That's one of those things that it could be really difficult to verify, because you're going to get some the errors that we got with the off by one. That was kind of instant. There was like two inputs, and you saw that there was a bug, right? And reading the code would probably also show. So is this one actually working? It's doing the same thing. Right?
It's kind of, so it's behaving correctly, but the logging is not handling the the full buffer case. So it doesn't have a full off by one error, but it's still, yeah, this is still bad. This is still UB.
Oh, that's fun. But that's gonna be that's the thing, right? So if you get someone who uses an LLM to program and they treat it like this, then you're gonna introduce undefined behaviors and all these kind of things, or incorrect behavior, and it's gonna be hard to detect those, maybe.
And I think that is, so I told you, right, that I had 2 arguments against the blog post and 1 in favor of the blog post. There is definitely 1 point in favor of that sentiment, which is, the way I think about it is that AI is another tool that there's this unfortunate thing, I think, in how reality works, where if you're doing well, then you have more tools at your disposals to do even better. If you're not doing well, then life tends to get progressively harder for you.
There's definitely you start losing, and that snowballs. The more you lose, the bigger the winners
the winners win more, and the losers lose more over time. Yeah. So the idea is that if you are a good developer, like if you're a very experienced software engineer, you can use an AI tool, an AI LLM, and maybe get some utility out of it. And sometimes you feel lazy, and so you ask the LLM, and the LLM gives you something, and then that becomes actually useful for you to get something done. You hammer it because you, like, for example, this is what happened right now, right? We were looking at it, we immediately recognized that it was an off by one error, and so we're like, that mistake wasn't even a big deal at the end of the day. But if you're a super inexperienced developer, like you're just getting started, and like your entire professional experience has been asking LLMs to do stuff for you, then every single nuanced bug that the AI puts in there is going to be a bigger problem for you. And so you risk like over optimizing for that way of developing and never building up the skills to actually get to the next level. You could argue that the same is true when it comes to object orientation and a lot of other mainstream development technologies. But even setting aside those concepts for a moment, the problem where this becomes like I mentioned that the winners win more, right? But I haven't explained necessarily why the losers lose more, and this is why this is where I think it becomes like, because you could make the active choice of trying to do better. Obviously, I think that the problem here is that you have certain work environments where the people in charge of the system, they want to get you to a point of being useful right away. Like forming a full-fledged software engineer that knows very well programming takes many years. You have to go, maybe it doesn't have to be necessarily university, but you need, and actually you could argue that university does also wrong things, but you need years worth of experience before you can get to a level where you say, oh, you're good. And at the same time, you have places where they need to crank out developers at the speed of light. So again, I'm not necessarily saying the boot camps are inherently bad. I don't think that. But it is true that if you go through the pipeline of...
There is a really bad thing about the boot camps, but I'll wait with that until you're done. Sorry.
For sure. So you go through a boot camp, and the boot camp is like a, 4-week, 8-week, 12-week boot camp, after which you get out of the boot camp and now you're finding a job and you land in a consultancy firm. The consultancy firm is not really going to be interested in supporting your professional growth. They just want to milk you out for whatever you're useful today. So they genuinely prefer to have an army of crappy developers that they have to pay minimum wage or like close to, that basically are very inefficient and do a lot of work with LLMs, rather than do the big investment of having somebody get good, get real good. It's a huge investment. And then you know what happens afterwards to those people? They leave the job. Can you imagine that? Yes. Yeah. Man, what a scam. So why do that when we can build an army of people that we keep barely alive, like the World of Warcraft Emperor, and then they're stuck in their golden thrones, and then they can't go away and find another job. So that's why that is the real bad angle of what's going on with AI, in my opinion.
But I've always, so the thing I was going to inject about boot camps, where the boot camp itself is inherently not bad, and the premise, they're being pretty upfront about it, that you are given some material, but you got to spend like 4 to 8 hours a day studying this material. And I think that a lot of people, and I'm guessing here, that sign up for boot camps are the same kind of people who will sign up for guitar lessons for 40 minutes a week and not realize that you have to practice for an hour every day or every other day, right? And then they do 45 minutes or 40 minutes of guitar every week, and they still can't play the guitar after a year, right? So I think the other thing with boot camps is that they have this, like, the first job you get, the boot camp is quote unquote free, and the first job you get, you have to give a percentage of your salary to us. Or they hide that under, we will pick the partner that you get a job with, and now you're contractually bound to stay in this job, even if you're being harassed and mistreated. You have to stay in this job, otherwise you have to pay us a large sum of money. So you could end up owing companies a lot of money if you sign up for boot camps and you don't follow their contract. And these things, I think, are a little bit seedy the way they do it. So it's not that I have anything against people doing JavaScript boot camps. I have something against the way the boot camp culture kind of gets you involved to learn something you might be interested in, only to set you up for financial failure afterwards, right? So that
is a great point. I know somebody who has been doing this kind of stuff for like being like an artist, like a 3D artist, getting into like game dev, and like she has paid tens of thousands of euros to do these courses, and now she's working at a comic book store, I think. So like in the end she couldn't find a job in that thing. And like here's the thing where it's like diabolical. The course has a bank as a partner, and they do loans, so you don't have to pay necessarily for it. You can get like everything packaged as a loan.
Oof.
Delicious.
With the promise or hint of employment at the end of it as well, as usually. I looked at one of these on stream. It was quite a while ago, but it was so insane the things they were saying. I almost wish that I had a link to that to see what it looks like today. But it was very much like we have this dedicated pool of partners. It was something like 50 or 90% get a job through us, and all this stuff, right? And the thing is that they're hiding the cost, right? Because you have to take a job through the partner, and then they say we don't take any of your salary, but you have to get a job with a partner. So that obviously means that the partner is paying them what was supposed to be part of their salary. So instead of you giving 10,000 euros a year to me, the partner is giving those 10,000 euros directly to the boot camp instead of my salary. So it's like the money's not going to end up in your pocket either way. There's just the phrasing that is different.
Yeah.
It really is insane, the whole boot camp thing, right? And the thing is, I'm so against the dodgy economy of education that I will rather spend time teaching someone than having them go and pay a boot camp, right? Just because the whole thing just goes so upside down, right? But no, swinging back to the AI thing, I think as long as you understand the output and you review it, then absolutely by all means. But how good are these things on a large code base, right? Can you load up like the Zig compiler code base in there and make it have some useful input?
That part, I think it's heavily dependent on the specific technology, and there might be a ton of nuance there that I don't fully know. But I know, for example, that if you use Kodi, so SourceGraph has this system where book a demo. Come on, you used to be able to do this stuff online right away for free or something. Where is this stuff anymore? Well, in any case, okay, this website is weird. It used to be less corporate, but like this Kodi stuff is basically let's see, search public code. Then is there like a Kodi button? There used to be a Kodi button in here. God damn it. Okay, basically with SourceGraph, you had the ability to load a code base into the AI. And it wasn't based on the idea of copy pasting the entire code base into the prompt, but it was based on something different, which I believe, and I might be wrong, it worked like LoRa's. So basically, you would just basically factor in, let's just say, like, let another matrix multiplication in the mix, where that matrix was trained specifically on one code base. So it's kind of like, let's think of them as plugins, basically, that you could put in. And so that way, the thing could become more proficient in your code base specifically. That's how good was it? I'm not sure. When I used it originally, it wasn't super good. I'm fairly confident that it has probably improved since then because all these things have improved. Like, but is it like useful today? I'm not sure.
Here's something that I actually wish that AI could solve for me in a reliable fashion, right? You have a code base. Let's say that it's between 10 and 100,000 lines of code, right? It's not the biggest code base in the world. It's not the Linux kernel, but it's also not Hello World. And also, yeah, that was the thing I was gonna say. when you read this article, you look at all this AI stuff, right? There's very little where things are operating on large code bases and in anything that is actually relevant. If you're a junior starting out and you're using AI to solve like a particular small problem in isolation, I mean, it's fine. But if that can't operate on your entire code base, then there exists no scenario where you can use it, right? It has to operate on the entire code base. But so there might be a fallacy in that, what I just said. But anyway, the 10,000 to 100,000, if you could feed that into an AI and say, can you help me isolate where the code, where functionality is bleeding in? Can you help me compartmentalize this? So the thing that invalidates the cache only exists in this region. The thing that does the sound only exists in this region. So you can actually ask it to or even better, to come up with compartments, named compartments for your code base, because You probably have something similar in the Zig compiler. I assume that you're familiar with the inner workings of that, Christoph.
Yeah, like subsystems of the compiler. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's gonna be like things that are touching the AST, but these things can like be spread all over the place. You had like conditional compilation happening recently, right? And there's like other things there's like variables written into some place that you're gonna have some variable lookup, and these things kind of just blooms out into the code base. So you have lots of different systems, and when you have something, let's say hypothetically that we're writing an optimizer. So we're going to take the AST, we're going to get some intermediate representation, we're going to write an optimizer for this. You can sort of see the flow, but what if it's not that simple? What if there's something that's like very far down the line that needs to use the AST or the intermediate representation for some debugging purpose? And it can also affect the code back again, right? So you have something far away writing to something, I say far away, but metaphorical distances, right?
Yeah.
And that I would love to see. I would love to be able to feed a big code base and say, can you compartmentalize this into logical units that I can form some reasoning around? That would be amazing.
I believe that is the promise of Source Graph with Cody. How they actually reach for that, like if they actually are able to achieve that, not sure. But that is the kind of code intelligence that they have been trying to provide you with using the AI assistant. Yeah, but it's a good point, because that's a very different way of using AI than, for example, having it generate snippets for you or a completion, and it tends to be something more high level, something that it's better suited for. So yeah, I agree. By the way, that reminded me. So here's what I'm doing. By the way, which might be fine. You might find funny. So I pasted back the source code of the C Echo server that it gave me, and I'm asking it to find all bugs in this code. Let's see if it figures it out. No error checking after write. Buffer overflow risk. Not check that bytes read doesn't exceed buffer size. Oh no, okay. That's a wrong one, because it will never.
Okay. So this is not the one that was off by 1 error then.
Yeah, no, this is not doing great. Where's the? Oh no, right. I need to. So there's a second mode. There's a extended thinking mode that is better for math and coding challenges, which I don't have access to because it wants money. 195 per year? No, man, I'm not gonna do that. Go pro. No. I'm good. But yeah, maybe that one would know more. I don't know. But I have one article for you, Toggle, at this point that I think you will enjoy thoroughly after we do this, after we went through all of this. Asking AI to improve code. Have you seen this?
Is this? Maybe I have. Is this the how many times? And yes. There's a picture of Santa on there for some reason. In the that's it. I thought it was Santa.
You keep asking them to write better code.
That's it, right? How many times can you ask it? I remember looking at it, and I actually thought the Santa on the throne with the guns looked pretty boss. But other than that, it's just. And it what was it that he likened this going cosmic or whatever it was? It goes. There was something about that.
Let's see. Write better code. Then. Let's see, what were the other ones? Another write better code. So it kept asking for write better code. Do they change that? After one more, also they just keep asking write better code.
Yeah.
So wait, they don't even try anything. Okay, all your code must be fully optimized. Fully optimized includes maximizing algorithmic Go efficiency, using parallelization, following proper style conventions, no extra code beyond what's absolutely necessary. Okay, so that's how they keep asking it to do to do better code. Your code is not fully optimized. You have been fined $100. Make it more optimized.
Beautiful. I can the random being a slot machine in AI. Oh, yeah, that's random bit. Yeah, so I think he used the phrase "going cosmic" or something around
Let's
this.
see.
I don't quite remember yes.
Conversion into something cosmic. What's the equivalent of code going cosmic? Yeah, right. Because I think because the idea is that like you keep asking to improve the thing, make it better, right? Make it more insane, and so the endpoint tends to be something cosmic.
Yeah, it just goes overboard eventually, right?
Yes.
But I think that was kind of that I remember that, but I don't. I remember trying to read the code in the article, but I got so bored with reading the Python code that I just walked away from it.
Elemental
Ludicrous
Santa.
speed. Yeah, there you go. Right.
Elemental Santa is badass though. Holy cow.
Let's see. What are we getting here?
Make it more serious. Oh yeah. Ask ChatGPT to make Santa Claus more and more serious. So Santa Claus, more serious, Santa Claus, more serious. And like it's like this is like a Black Ops skin at this point.
Yeah.
And it's like an elemental. Okay. That's funny. This AI stuff, man. Workers just cannot catch a break from AI. Doesn't matter who you are. Work in a sweatshop, you have sweatshop.io breathing on your neck. You're a software engineer, you have slop.ai forcing you to crank out low quality code at the speed of light. Guaranteed. That is, by the way, this is such a interesting perspective because if you think about it, software engineers are very annoying employees to have. They are expensive. They keep changing job. They hop every 2 years, right? And so there is a real need for companies to kind of like push them down into being essentially blue collar workers as much as they can. And in a sense, having them be less educated is one way of doing so, right? It's kind of like backwards, right? Backwards was that in the past you had blue collar workers that like they worked in your company, but then they started learning how to read. They started becoming educated, alphabetized. They started making unions. Huge problem. And while software engineers start that way, but if you find a way of stopping them from being from learning all this stuff, then you can finally control them more easily and cheaply.
So I don't. I mean, I've gone through this rigmarole myself, right? I started working as a programmer, worked at a place for like a year or two, became better, got better offers, and then moved on, right? So there's always like a trade-off but this doesn't really necessarily apply to upper like tech leads and senior devs as much. I think the turnover there is slightly lower. Because in the beginning, if you look at it, you start off, some company's going to find you and you have no work experience. So they know they're going to get a good deal, right? But they're also paying for your education because you're going to be trained up on the company. Now, the good thing is that you're learning the company culture. You're not bringing your own bad habits. You're learning our bad habits, right? So you're not going to start the scrum with some like, oh, well, actually, we should do this instead, right? So you get our bad habits, you learn this, and you're there, and we're paying you very little until one day you realize that you can get paid more. You see a job offer, like, man, I can make like 15 grand more a year, right? So you apply, and they're more than happy to give you the job, and you start the cycle again, right? But then at some point you kind of become good as a programmer, and you are starting to value the thing that you're building and where you are more than the money itself and all these kind of things, right? So the companies aren't paying for your education anymore. Now they're hiring you because you have expertise. They need expertise so you can train the juniors and also deal with the current onslaught of problem. I think that's just the nature of the job of a software developer. But at the same time, and I said this when we started the Linux kernel conversation the last time. I said no one is irreplaceable, right? I didn't want to go too far into that because I didn't want people to start jumping on my skeleton on account of like saying that it sounded like I'm saying that Helvig was not a good program or anything like that, right? Because people love to extrapolate and conflate, right? But anyway, so this is the thing, though. No one is irreplaceable, right? So now that Helvig has left the Linux kernel, I am reasonably confident that the DMA stuff in the kernel is still going to be there. It's still going to be worked on. There are other good programs that's going to take up the torch, and it's going to be fine. Whether they like Rust or not is not part of the conversation. It's like, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
So even if you think like you are the best programmer ever, you are replaceable. But that also means that the company you work for, from your perspective, should be considered replaceable, right? So it kind of swings both ways, the whole thing.
Yeah, there's CodeCon in chat that says, yeah, but companies did that to themselves when they stopped giving out pensions and pay raises. I think it's more nuanced than that, because sure, the pull and push between like economic incentives in that sense is a thing, but I actually would bet hard money that even if companies did not stop giving out pensions and pay raises, people would still hop job a lot. Some of it's because I think the story is that developers on average stay 2 years at a given job and then they switch. And
that's
also
insane compared to our parents' generation. If you tell your dad, like, oh, you stay there for, like, you leave your job for 2 years, it's going to be like, what are you talking about, son?
Yeah.
That's
2 years.
That's insane, right?
And every time you hop job, you get a 20% pay raise. Again, this doesn't apply to everybody. I'm not sure if the 20% pay raise is like on average, but let's say that like, developers that are like good enough, like well connected enough, like, so let's not talk about extremes on either end of the scale. Like in the, let's say in the central part of the bell curve, every time they change job, they do get a pay raise, and that pay raise tends to be 20%. I believe that is what commonly accepted as a good pay raise every time you change in job. So
something like that, maybe. Yeah.
So either your company is giving you a 20% pay raise every 2 years, which is a lot, honestly, for like
that is a lot.
That doesn't normally happen, right? So so there's this phenomenon is out there, and it's a problem. I honestly have a theory of why that happens, at least in part. But developers would be more loyal to? I don't think so. Here's another problem that is related to all this stuff, right? A lot of these companies are like startups, and they start with like these big ideas, and then the company just doesn't work, and they keep shuffling things around, and they keep like pivoting, as what they say. And so people keep hopping job because they come on board with like these ideas of what the company should be, and then none of it actually holds water. And so they keep jumping ship, trying to basically find trying to find the promised land. Or in a sense, same with big tech companies, right? Because also big tech, you get promised, oh, you're gonna be a Google engineer and you're gonna work on interesting projects. No, you won't. There's like 5 people in all of Google that are working on interesting projects. Everybody else is busy keeping it's a cog in the machine, trying to keep the boring billing system in behind Google Gmail working, like the paid version of Gmail working. The one time there's one interesting project, it works for like 3 months, and then Monday comes and it gets canceled because Google, they keep canceling every Monday a project. So and so if you want a shot to work on the cool stuff, you kind of have to be Littlefinger from the Game of Thrones. Like, you have to play the politics game in the most obscene way. Otherwise, there's just no way you can ever even hope to do anything interesting. So I think these are all things that play into the fact that people keep changing job.
This is actually a really easy problem to solve. What Cohen is bringing up as well, the money thing. So it's an easy problem to solve, but I'm not saying that anyone's going to like the solution. You fix the developer salary. So everyone who's a junior developer gets the same salary, regardless how shit you are. And the same thing goes for the seniors and the leads and everything. So the salary is attached to basically your title, and we reduce the titles a little bit. And now you can't jump to another company and get a higher salary because everyone gets paid the same salary, right? I don't think that's a good solution, but that will certainly solve it. I know there's some countries that actually do that. I have seen it. Yeah. I know that some companies will pay you and your peer the same amount of money, even though your peer is 5 times as terrible as you and is never there. It's just how it goes. But money is not the driving incentive for most developers that I've met in my life. They are interested in the quality of work, and the challenges of work. If you want to destroy a programmer, you give them understimulating tasks. It's like like a gifted child in school, right? That gets diagnosed with ADHD because they can't sit still. They are understimulated. They get bored and they don't want to be there anymore because you got this amazing brain to solve so many big and fascinating problems. And what's your job? Are you gonna configure Nginx? You're gonna set up this Python website here. You're gonna accept this web request to write things to a database, and you're like, I can't be excited about this. It hurts my insides, right? Yeah. I'm a genius. Why? And then I'm not talking about myself. I'm not a genius, but this is how you like make someone want to leave the job. You take someone who's really talented and get them to do menial and boring tasks, right? There are people who want to do the boring tasks. There are people who want to turn up, do their 8 hours and of like basic problem solving, and then go home. They exist, right? But then there's people who are really good as well.
I think you have described basically what's going on with the Zig Software Foundation. Like, I think that a lot of the people that are working at the Zig Software Foundation, starting from Andrew, but not limited to him, a lot of people here would be able to get outrageously high salaries if they decided to work on big tech. Like, we have people in the core team that know how to do compiler work that you don't easily find in the wild. And so if they were to work for a big tech company, like if they decided to switch and go work on, I don't know, Swift, on Mojo, they would get like easily $500K a year, maybe more.
Wait, how much can I get for doing what now?
Yeah, no. Working on Mojo. You have
working on Mojo. Yeah, there you go.
I don't know for sure, but I know that plenty of these jobs are like outrageously well paying to the point that you don't hop every 2 years anymore. And but the point is that working on your own terms at the ZSF, working on something that is genuinely open source for a nonprofit company, it really makes a difference. Because again, it's not like, man, nonprofit, it's not like a feel-good thing, like you're doing charity work or anything, right? But the point is that the nonprofit doesn't have stupid VC investors that want you to get a hockey stick. You don't have to play that game. You don't have to for example, I do think that Mojo is being actively hurt as a pure technical project. It's being actively hurt because given its financial model, it has to make insane promises. It cannot settle for being, we're just going to be a decent Python alternative that is going to be really good for AI. No, it has to be way past that, right? It has to eat the competition. It has to have the high stick growth curve. It has to disrupt, because otherwise, and then after that, it has to monetize. Zig doesn't have to monetize. We have no VC money. There is no exit for any of us. I've been working at the ZSF for 5 years, and I don't own any option at the ZSF.
I thought you were gonna say, and I don't own anything. And I live in this box. Okay, yeah. Can you please subscribe?
Well, the point is, obviously, there's also plenty of other jobs where you don't get options, but the fancy tech ones, they do give you options, and so everybody becomes participates into this idea of getting an exit of some kind, right? Because that's the big payoff that you get at the end. Otherwise, a good chunk of your compensation will turn out to be zero, to be worth zero. So there's a lot, like when I used to work at Redis Labs, again, let's go back to the Redis Labs days, people kept talking about, we're going to go public. We're going public. We're like, man, my options are, I'm about to vest my options finally. You know what I did with my options toggle? I was so mad at Redis Labs when I left that I did not exercise them. I said, fuck you guys, you can keep your options. I'm not gonna even exercise them. So now if Redis Labs goes public, I will, I guess, not gain anything. Maybe we'll have lost some money. But I basically put a quote unquote, what do you call it? Like it's a put on them. A short. I put a short call on them in a sense. I bet that they were never going to actually be able to do anything good. This is how mad I was at the company. But the point is that while I was there, everybody was scrambling around to get to check all the boxes so that you can get to an exit. At the ZSF, we do not do that at the very least, not at all, and that does make a difference in the quality of what you end up doing. Also on your experience working as a software engineer.
I mean, to me, the work is more important than the money. If you ask my wife, she'll say the other way around. But that I should be making more money. But that's a different story. She dragged me here; it's her problem now. But jokes aside, it's a So okay, I'll just quickly look at chat. So a few people asking, how do you monetize a programming language? Bonan says we could ask an AI to answer that. And here's the thing, though, Bonan. Whatever you can think of that is just common sense, I bet you that's what the AI is going to answer. Okay, you do sponsorship, or you do whatever, you offer support for some SLAs or whatever. This is what the AI is going to suggest as well, right?
So people are asking also. Numinex is asking, how do you monetize? Wait, no, that was not Numinex. Numinex was asking what you were answering to. Nalti was asking, how would they monetize Mojo though? Let me show you. They monetize Mojo the same way that people monetize stuff nowadays, by selling you cloud shit. So
by emojis. Through the power of the emoji, we will raise money.
So product max. Deploy generative AI easily using any model, GPU, and cloud. So they basically build a unified toolkit around the language, and so you will want to use the services. It's not exactly a language, but you might be asking, wait, how do you monetize a runtime for JavaScript? Well, let's take a look. How do you monetize a runtime? Products. Let's see. Open source, commercial, Dino for enterprise, deploy, sub-hosting. What's deploy? Serverless, hassle-free platform for serverless JavaScript applications powered by Dino.
It's basically sponsors, right?
Ban.sh. How does Ban monetize? They actually are not monetizing at the moment.
Didn't they have something at the very top there? Wasn't there an ad or something there?
The very top here, it's the version announcement.
Yeah, no, yep.
But in any case, I can promise you, they're not there yet. They will get there. Ban has money givers. What do you mean has money givers? Ban has VC money, just like Dino. There are different groups of people that do things differently, but they're playing essentially the same game. So they will monetize. It will probably be some cloud thing that you do with Dino. So wait, what did I miss? Dino, Ban, then I wanted to show you something more. Well, how do you monetize a database? That one is easy, right? You sell the cloud version of a database. Try Redis.
Yeah, or support. Those two are the database.
But support is falling out of fashion. Like selling the cloud version of something is really what is all about nowadays. So try Redis Cloud. Let's do another language. Last language, and then I'm gonna stop. Julia. The Julia programming language. How do you monetize this? Well, actually, this is more interesting because Julia by itself isn't really monetized. I think it's a non-profit organization, but the creators of Julia have created a second company, and that second company is a for-profit company, and you would not believe what it is that they do. You would not believe.
Okay.
What were you saying? Oh yeah, people named Julia.
Yeah, it's just Julia Cloud. That might be on a bit dodgy, but you got away easy there.
So you would not believe it. What do they sell you? Julia in the cloud. So you know what? I'll give you a spoiler. When the April's Fool's time will come, I'm going to make an April Fool's news entry on the Zig website when I will say that, you know what? We have had, the news item will read, we had a heart-to-heart, honest discussion with our friends at Vulture VC, and and we basically understood that cross compilation is untenable. There's no way we can make it sustainable. So we're gonna drop all cross compilation ability from Zig, and instead we're gonna start working on the Zig cloud, so that if you need to compile for another target, you can now leverage the power of the Zig cloud.
Yeah, I think it should be like really go ham with it and have some kind of Sig is now 100% cloud based. Like make it even more horrifying then with some AI generated pictures. I don't know what that would be. But no, I don't know how you would monetize a language other than that. Okay, I'll ask the AI, Dark.ai for Bonan here. Okay, how that was my. I have a single button to print out a Rust lifetime. That's how my keyboard is set up. How do I monetize a programming language that I made as I don't have skill issue? All right, let's see. Open source with paid support. Licensing we didn't talk about. That's another one. Create a development environment. Okay, let's see. Okay, so they want you to create an IDE here. I feel like that's selling tools for the language. And that could, I mean, that was the whole thing with Beef, wasn't it? Like the programming language came with an IDE, right? Online courses and tutorials. This seems like a really bad way to monetize a programming language, right? Making a course is going to take you like 3 to 6 months to design a very basic introduction if it's going to be of any value. And then you're going to sell that for, I don't know. Nah, that's a terrible idea. Sponsorship and donos, that's probably what it is, right? A free version of your language, basic speech. I don't know. You have to pay for the standard library. I don't know, right? Pay for libc integration.
Sorry, can't do powers of 2. No, sorry, cannot do powers or like logarithm other than logarithm of 2. Logarithm of the natural number is a pro feature.
You have to, if you want to use 64 bits, you have to pay. Otherwise, you can only use the lower 32 bits. Okay. So partnerships, collaborating with companies, revenue sharing. I don't know if a company's going to do revenue sharing, but this is going to lead into like sponsorship and donations. I think these two are kind of going to go hand in hand. Conference and workshops, again, that's up there with online courses. I don't think that's necessarily good. Yeah. Build a community. This one makes no sense. I have a community and I'm broke, man. I mean, how is this generating? I am not, thanks to Hardline and Temporis. So more users increase your monetization opportunities. But I mean, I feel like this one is kind of orthogonal to these things, right? That one is not in. Create a marketplace. Okay, this one is new. You can have an app store. So instead of like every language has this free NPM, Crate.io, or whatever, right? But you can create an app store. We have to pay to use someone else's open source work as a dependency, right? Oh my God. Oh yeah, pay per compilation. All right, that would be an insane thing. Show ads when you run Sig build. You joke, Noctua, but isn't this what they did with NPM? Didn't they like put a donation thing in there and one of them broke something? The free version can only target Windows or Raspberry Pi. How would you feel, Christoph, if you had to work on a Raspberry Pi? Could you do that, right? Could you spend a week working using only a Raspberry Pi? If you're gonna do streaming, you get to use something else, right? But for everything else, a Raspberry Pi, could you do it?
So like that being my main machine. Oof, that would be rough.
It's your main machine, right? You can. The only thing that we're not going to trust it to is the streaming, right? So you'll have some kind of setup for streaming then.
I think that I would be able to make do as long as I'm not trying to work on the compiler itself, because working on the compiler itself requires to do like heavy compilation work.
Even with incremental compilation, are you selling Sig a bit short now?
No, I think that with incremental it might become feasible. But with status quo, I think it would be hard.
I think if you're doing any kind of graphics programming, then that idea is out of the window. But for me, I was just sort of thinking about this because I have this like big hulking box in the corner. I don't really care for laptop keyboards. I have a really good keyboard. So the only thing I really need is like just plug my main monitor into a Raspberry Pi and then this keyboard into the Raspberry Pi, and I should be off to the races. I think I could do it. I have like a Raspberry Pi 4. I just toy with the idea. Like, could you? The compile time's gonna suck, but they're not gonna be that bad, are they?
But it's so is the goal to basically have a dedicated machine for streaming so that you can have a different machine than the one that does that than the one that runs OBS?
Sorry, what did you say? I was just answering.
Yeah, I was saying. So what is your goal? Is to have a separate machine so that you have two machines, one with OBS and one which is the one that you stream?
For this, yeah, for the streaming thing. So for that, you get to have like a separate streaming machine, but everything else has to be done on the Raspberry Pi. So web browsing, editor, like
but you mean as a challenge?
Oh yeah. Not like this is a life-changing thing that I definitely want to do. This is more like this would be a challenge, but could it be done? So this kind of comes a little bit. I started watching a video by someone yesterday, and I I'm not gonna mention who it was because one, I don't remember, and two, I don't want to say anything bad about someone else. But the video was like entirely uninteresting because I think it ended up being like an advert for something, but. They ran all their stuff online on like a rented server, and I was just wondering, could you if you only work in the terminal, you could just do everything on like a cheap droplet kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're still gonna spend $5 a month or whatever, and it probably isn't worth it. You're probably better off buying a Raspberry Pi for that, and that's kind of how I landed here, right?
I see. Yeah, it's kind of like code spaces from GitHub is also roughly the same idea.
Let's see what Bonan says here. So what's your preferred way out of these options to monetize your project? So me personally, I don't have any experience in monetizing projects, so it's going to be hard to say, but I'm guessing sponsorship and donations kind of fits with what I'm doing and how I currently do things. So that probably would have been my take on it. I definitely wouldn't do an online course. I'm going to make video content, but that's always going to be free. I don't think licensing is. I don't think anyone should ever choose licensing as a way of monetizing. But that's me in my idyllic little bubble, of course.
Yeah, I'll translate what Toggle is saying. You should go for a monthly subscription, not for a one-time license thing that lasts like years or something. Monthly subscription doesn't matter what it is. You made like a calculator app, monthly subscription. Like it's a torchlight app that all it does is toggle on like the light on your phone. Monthly subscription, of course.
Definitely. But then CodeCon says they didn't suggest get X big mega corp to be your patron. I mean, I think that kind of is in there with sponsorship and donations. But if you can get a large company to back you, then obviously there's going to be money coming in. But then you're a bit snookered because now you're owned by this company, whether you think so or not. So I would be a little bit apprehensive about accepting something like a sponsorship from Microsoft. Not that that's going to happen, but does the Rust book contribute to Rust specifically? In what sense, Machine?
Monetarily, I'm guessing is the question. I don't think so. I'm not sure.
No, I mean, it's free to read online, and I think the people who buy the book, which I accidentally bought the book, I was gonna buy the more advanced version, which is the book you read after you've kind of read what is there, what was there back then. At least there was like a book by a guy named John Jenkset. He wrote Rust for Stations, and it kind of went into more details about unsafe and things like that. And I was going to buy that, but I accidentally bought the regular book. But rather than sending it back, I was like, well, you know what? I'll just give them the money, and then I support John Jenkset instead. Right? You know what? I think you can make money programming in your favorite programming language if you do this. Okay, I'm not saying that everyone should go and do this, and you should only do this if you have some ability to actually achieve this. But if there's a new programming language you're interested in and that you like, you could very well start authoring a book for that programming language, right? Not AI drivel, but actually writing a book. Because one of the things that people do want is content on like educational material, right? I know we're in a bit of a two minds on this one, you and I, Christoph, but I genuinely believe that people are looking for books. I mean, there's a reason there's a bunch of SIG books that are rubbish out there, right?
Yeah.
So I think you can actually make a little bit of money doing that, but I don't know how much a little bit of money is, right? I don't think you're gonna get rich and it's gonna be your sole income writing a book for that, but still.
I think that for any ecosystem, so let's say for any programming language, there is money to be made by doing learning materials, be it a book, be it courses that you sell online, be it courses that you sell in person. But it's usually not the same people. Like, I think in general, the people that make the language, they don't monetize it that way. Or if they do, they don't monetize it much that way. It tends to be other professionals that are more in the business of being teachers that then monetize in a specific ecosystem or another. Like, they tend to specialize. Like, I'm thinking of, for example, Go has a few personalities that are like famous for doing workshops and stuff, and maybe even writing Go books, but none of them is anywhere close to the Go core team. I don't know for Rust how this is. I know that for Rust it's a little bit different. There's a woman, I forget her name. People in chat might know this, but for example, I believe that she does contribute to Rust, and she also somewhat recently wrote a book about atomics.
Oh, Mara Boss.
Mara Boss, yes.
I wanted to ask. I was actually thinking about making a video series going through her book, and I was going to ask her if she minded if I did that. But then that was just one of the many sort of like video ideas I had, so and I canned the idea instead. It's a really good book. If you're interested in Rust and that, you can read it online for free. So yeah. So Wyzen says no one reads books anymore. People want something they can control F to find what they need. You can read a lot of books are available online as well. Now with AI, there's no chance. Why would you read a book where you can touch someone who did? Because that's doing yourself a disservice. Because when you're reading a book, you are consuming more information than what you were looking for. So you actually learn more and better. And also, let's not forget that AIs do hallucinate. So can you really trust when you ask an AI to sum up a chapter into 3 lines? Can you? Of course not. But can you trust what you're reading? The Atomic book is great. Yeah, I actually bought a copy of that, even though you can read it for free. I think a lot of people actually read books. Hello, Janelle. I think a lot of people read books, but feeding a book to an AI, it's like I can't say that there are some short asshole went somewhere supposed to throw a ring in a bucket of lava, but he didn't. That was the AI summary of Lord of the Rings. All right. There's like, there's this dude who goes on a ride into the galaxy, and then they made a computer that couldn't answer the meaning of life, so they made another one. Yeah, that was the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? Like you can't compress information so far without losing something every time you compress it, right? So it's like you constantly keep compressing a JPEG image. In the end, you can't even tell what it is, right? Sure, you got something that is just a few bytes, but what is it? So the more we keep like shrinking this stuff into bytes that we can easily consume, the more information will fall off by the roadside, and you lose out on that. So I think reading books, whether they are actual hard copy books or online, it's always going to be a thing, right? I think people have been afraid of of books dying out for many, many years, right? In the beginning of the interwebs, people were afraid of this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Caritam was asking, does Mara even make any money from her books?
I think she makes very little.
Yeah. So to fully know, you would have to know exactly how this stuff is set up. You cannot know for certain until you double check. But if we assume like a reasonable setup where she is the author, she did the work of making those books. She has a publisher. So some of part of the profits goes to the publisher, not to her. The answer is probably what Toggle said. So she probably makes some money, not a ton, because some of it is eaten away by the publisher, and also in general, books are not super lucrative.
So we kind of just talked about this, Wyson, like about programming and using AI and all this stuff, right? And my take on this thing, when I said what I would be interested in AI having is to be able to, long and short of it, is to modularize, to compartmentalize the code in something that's a little bit more digestible. But I'm interested to know, what kind of problems are you solving with AI when you're using Claude 3.5 or 3.7, right? You're using them, you say that they're reliable for coding. What kind of problems are you solving, right? How much code are we talking about? And what kind of problems are you presenting to the AI to solve for you, right? Because I think that's also very important, right? The way you're asking it to, what kind of problems are you getting solved here? Is it algorithmic problems? Are they architectural problems? What's like a typical thing you would ask an AI for, right? I just did was use it to write AHK automation. It's about 1,000 lines of code. I use it to write libraries and IDE plugins. All right, but these aren't, you're not explaining what like problem you're solving here. This is what the end result is, but what kind of thing, because you can't say to an AI, write me an IDE plugin and it's going to give you what you want back. That would be insane. It would be insanely cool if you could, and I would be super stoked if you could, but you can't. So what is the kind of information you're feeding it, and what's the information you get back out, right?
What's AHK?
I do not know. Does anyone know what AHK is?
Auto
hotkey.
Okay.
Okay. To write Helix plugins in Scheme. I don't. Sorry, why I said I didn't mean to put you on the spot. This was just what you were saying was just so in relation to what we've been talking about today. I don't try to sort of push you under the bus here, right? It's all good. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. It's all good. So I totally would, right? If I were to write Helix plugins, I probably would do so with AI, just because I definitely don't want to write Scheme. That's how it is, right? All right, now that's pretty good. I don't know, but I think we've answered the question, like how would you monetize a programming language, and we kind of looked at what the AI would say to that as well. I don't think you're gonna get any, but these are all like these are the they're not hot, ingenious takes, right? These are very like sensible takes. If you go, AI, how do I get money? The AI would probably reply with, get a job, right? Or win the lottery, which is clearly a feasible solution, right? So you're not going to get anything useful out of an AI unless you kind of know what you're looking for. I think the bigger question would be something like this. If I am reasonably qualified at writing programming languages, is it possible to make money as an author of a programming language within a year? That's if you can like give me some projections, and how do I do this? That might be something, but I'm guessing, actually, you know what? We're going to put it to the test. I'm thinking we're going to get the same output, right? So let's write this in a separate prompt, right? If I am moderate, you can lead the chat a bit, Christoph, while I bumble through this thing, right?
Yeah.
And let's turn on spelling.
AI is just a mom. Only compliments me, tries to help, but tells me to get a job. I've been working as a dev for so long that I generally have a very good idea. And even if I see code in a completely new language, I can tell if the AI code architecture could be written better, or optimizations I know can normally be implemented, etc.
How would I make money from a language within 1 year? Give me some ideas and some projections.
Toggle, you're getting raided by real LRK.
Oh, LRK, hello. How you doing? Okay, we're gonna see. I think we're gonna get the same thing here. The AI is gonna tell me to go and find a sponsor or something, I'm sure, right? Duck.ai, and let's see, what do we get, right? Create a niche language, build an IDE, consulting and training, community and crowdfunding, libraries and framework, write a book. I think we pretty much just covered that writing a book is not going to be feasible. Freemium models. I mean, these are very much the same things as we see over here, right? If I just float this window next to